Okay. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I am your host, Sander, for This, That, and Everything in Between. And today we are doing our members only live podcast where we're going to be going through a lot of Q&As from the fans. So as we get set, I want to make sure that I remind you guys to like and subscribe. Make sure that you guys join the membership. For those of you that are here from, let's see, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, I encourage you guys to, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. There we go. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead and click that link there. That brings you guys onto the show live in person. I see you guys in the green room. Confirm that you're over the age of 18. Bring you guys onto the show live. The rest of you guys that are here from TikTok, I appreciate y'all showing up today as we get started. Give you guys the option to jump in right now. We're activating some invite requests. If you guys decide that you want to jump into the podcast, you request to get in there. And as long as you're over the age of 18 from observation, be able to slide you right on in there, and then we can get started. Real time, real conversation, and be able to interact in an open-minded, open forum conversation, because we're gonna be touching some topics here today that some people are going to be like, oh, hey, yeah, cool, I'll get in there and talk about it. Some people are like, no, I can't believe he just said that. So that's why we're here today with our question and answers and what is supposed to be our members only live podcast on Sundays, but we open it up to pretty much everyone's in time being a small podcast of a little over 14,000 subscribers on YouTube, and even less on TikTok, which for those of you on TikTok, if you hit that follow button, you'll be able to get more insight on our podcast. We are live 7 nights a week, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. I couldn't tell you what time it is all across the world. I know we got some people watching us in Romania, Vietnam, and plenty of other different countries. But I just know here in the United States, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. Also, you see in the bottom right corner there's a subscription for YouTube platform. If you click that, it'll take you over to YouTube. You can subscribe and then come right back. We are trying to get a stream key, so we need to get over 10,000. But I set us a goal of about 100,000 on TikTok. So as we move along, I'm gonna try to see if we can meet that goal over time. But it is what it is. We're going up against some of the most outrageous red pill style podcasts that they've got around, that's been around for decades. And we're doing it just a tad bit differently because, I come from a more uniform perspective, and uniformity doesn't conform to morality. So that also means that every now and again, I have an unorthodox position on something, because, if it's going to be balanced, it's going to be the same no matter who's involved. A lot of the times our female fans do not attribute agreements with some of the statements that I make, because it's not fair to them when they're watching it. But the thing about it is that when it's happening to the men, the women don't object to it. So I say, well, if it's not fair when it's happening to you, then why is it fair when it's happening to us? So that question has always been opened onto the table. And then as we try to work things out, I just try to make it make sense along the way. Go ahead and dive right in. Here goes our first question, comment from the day.
Do men like women with short hair, or do most men prefer long hair?
Okay, so that's a simple question. So one of the things that we understand is that long hair attributes to signs of fertility. So men are attracted to women with hair, and men are attracted to women with long hair, but men are not objective to women with short hair. They're definitely not objective to women without hair. However, because that is a sign of fertility, a lot of women are putting long hair into their head, even if they do not naturally have long hair, and it is designed to attract men. Most of the features that women modify on themselves that men identify as upkeep, because men prefer a woman that is natural, that particular upkeep is specifically the most of the features, except for the fake fingernails, most of the features that women do are done to attract men. So you'll see the long eyelashes attribute to fertility. So does the long hair, the makeup that hides all of the blemishes on the face, alongside the rosy red cheeks that signs of fertility. The They call them baby making hips, where they have the wide hips, big thighs, that attributes to signs of fertility. So huge or larger size breasts or butt are attributed to for signs of fertility, and all of these things are physical attributes that women can change in themselves artificially, and they make those changes in themselves artificially with the whether it's conscious or subconscious aspirations to attract men sexually. Now, the thing is that what we don't actually discuss on this particular podcast is, why do women first want to put all of this extra effort into modifying their personal appearance from being naturally beautiful to being socially accepted as beautiful, so that they can attract men that they will then turn around and reject? So that is one of the concerns that I have asked on a time or two in the past, and women have not been able to answer that question. But that is something that has concerned me over the years. It's like, well, if you do not want a man to flirt with you or make comments about your appearance in an overly sexualized fashion, why do you dress overly sexualized and then believe that men are supposed to behave as if you're not exploiting your physical attributes on a day-to-day basis? So if you guys got any comments that you want to throw in on those particular types of questions, make sure that you throw them in there. I got to watch two different groups of comments, so I will be back and forth on this. But as soon as I see a comment from one of you guys, I will definitely redirect and go back to that comment and try to touch base on as many comments as possible. I want to say what's up to Red Void. I just seen that you slid in today. I keep track of most of the people that come to the podcast. Liberty Twitcher, Silly Emma, really appreciate you guys for coming in from Twitch side of things. So as we get going, these questions get a little bit more intense as we go along. Some of them, like I said, I've had some questions that I was reluctant to put on the show, but then I said, you know what, fuck it. If anything is anything and they would have asked the question live, then I kind of would have touched base with that anyway. I just gotta do this in a more than educational fashion. So let's move on to that next question there.
As a 29-year-old man, I broke up with my girlfriend who was 30 after 3 years of dating. She cheated. Now she is insisting we talk. How important is closure in this scenario? I was in a relationship for 3 years with my girlfriend, and it was a very happy, easygoing, and loving relationship. We almost never argued, and when we did, we would communicate like adults and solve the problem. The last week of our relationship, we had our first big argument, which we didn't manage to solve in a conversation. We were not getting anywhere, and nerves were high. We decided to take some time to cool down and try again in a couple of days. In that space of time, she went out one night and hooked up with a guy in our friend group. She then confessed it to me, and I called off the relationship. I was shocked and didn't expect this at all from her. I told her to leave the house, which she did, and I cut contact completely. For the past week or so now, she has been reaching out to me to say we need to talk, and that it's not right that a beautiful 3-year relationship ends like this, and that we need closure. She says we both deserve this conversation to clear things up. Obviously, I miss her and breaking up is hard, but I also don't want her back at all, so I'm not sure if it's a good idea to have this talk. What good can come out of it? I think what is done. There is no changing the past. She fucked up. Case closed.
Well, truth is, you're right. There are situations where narcissistic behavior steps in, and I'm just going to come straight out and say that there are times where your partner, whether it's a male or a female, I don't want women to think that, oh, it's just the women that do it, that I'm just going to come after the women. No. When it comes down to a narcissistic partner, what happens? Remember you. I do remember you. You didn't answer my question last time, but since you're here, by all means, dive into the topic. That's Lauren from TikTok. the thing about it is that uh, when a partner starts an argument so that you guys can break up, and then while you're broken up, you guys are not broke up, you guys take a break. This is a situation that we have asked plenty of times on the show. Is that when you take a break, you actually are supposed to like kind of go to your separate corners and kind of cool off and detach from the negative emotions that you have involved in a scenario that's happening, and then try to come back together with clear heads and discuss the situation that went south without pointing fingers at one another, avoid the blame game, avoid the negative treatment towards one another, and then try your best to get in there and hopefully work out your scenario. No relationship is perfect, and you're not going to have a relationship without arguments, because differences of opinion are going to happen, and you're going to stand on your position. But you're supposed to find a way to compromise, even though you have a difference of opinion, where you guys are both reasonably satisfied or reasonably unsatisfied with the same scenario, where this isn't a unconditional surrender from either side. Now, in those negotiations, you have to understand that the temperatures are going to flare, and when you guys have a breakdown of communication, you are not going to be able to communicate with one another clearly, which means that you got to go to your own separate corners. Now, that's where the break comes from. Like, we're gonna sleep in separate rooms tonight. We're not gonna talk about this till tomorrow. I might have to go to work. You might have to go to work. We might have to talk about this over dinner in a couple of days. We're just gonna cool off, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna work this situation out. Problem is, some people in some relationships use this as a tactic to have a gateway to go out and cheat. Oh, I'm most vulnerable, this, that, and the other. Look, no. Monogamy is made for women, not for men, because men would increase their lineage through procreation. So the more female partners that a man has, the more opportunity a man can increase his legacy. Women benefit from monogamy because they exclusively have access to the man's resources. And the more children that the man has, the more baby mamas the man has to take care of, the more he has to divide his resources up amongst multiple relationships, multiple families. Because we don't have the type of society where it is commonly expected for 5 or 6 women to live in the same house as one man, and they all work together to have a big family, especially something different from As the World Turns or Guiding Light or Murder, She Wrote. So, fact is that a man is not allowed to have multiple partners. And then also we have, in this day and age, women do not allow men to have emotional connections with other women either. Men are not even allowed to communicate with other women, even in a strictly platonic, some semi-professional fashion. A man is not allowed to communicate with women if it is even remotely recognized that a woman is flirting with the man is supposed to like really run for cover like he's avoiding the plague, because he's not allowed to engage women. But women believe that, and Lauren, please jump in and tell me that I'm wrong, that women believe that it's okay for them to have male friends, the work husbands and other such to that, keep their ex-boyfriends as good friends and stuff to that effect, where those emotional connections can be manifested and then maintained, even though you are in supposed to be an exclusive committed relationship with your one boyfriend or husband. Now, I have not heard a woman say that, oh yeah, it's okay for him to keep his ex-girlfriend around or keep his ex-wife around, or have female best friends that will stick with you for extended periods of time. But I do see that what we're hearing right now is that, women are supposed to be able to be allowed this, and men are insecure in some way, shape, or form if they say no. If I've got to be exclusive to you, you're supposed to be exclusive to me. Personally, I'm going to tell you from a uniform perspective that men are going to be exclusive to a female, is going to expect that woman to be exclusive to him as well, which also means that the women are going to have to not have all of these other male friends and male relationships and male partners lying around. So if a woman is not able to be exclusive to a man, how can she be exclusive? How can she expect him to be exclusive to her? So if Lauren, you got some answers to those questions because you were the one that were debating last time you were here, please jump in. I encourage it, because we always love a female perspective on this podcast, because since I'm coming from the perspective of men, a lot of times, a lot of you ladies like to jump onto the podcast and try to say, you know, that's a misogynistic train of thought, because the man is saying, hey, you're expecting me to behave this way, so you should do the same. Never once have I ever said on this podcast that a woman should bow down to a man. But truth be told, I've always said that you got to pay the cost to be the boss, which also means that if you're expecting to be financially kept by this man, you're going to benefit from all of the resources that he has to work for on his own, achieve, and maintain before you're willing to accept him. So you didn't contribute into his success. You're just benefiting from his success, and you're living off of the fruits of his labor. If that is the type of lifestyle that you want, those are the situations where you are expected as a dependent to follow the instructions of the breadwinner. But in egalitarian relationships, in semi 50-50 relationships where there is equal contribution, where you are investing into him and he is building up from your investment, and it doesn't necessarily have to be financial investment. You could be putting in the work to make his business more successful. You could be aiding him in finding more clients. You could be advertising for his business or his product. You could be doing things that aids him in being more successful, and as he's more successful, you would then be entitled to a percentage of his wealth because you helped him get that wealth. But women stopped aiding men in being successful in the 80s and started saying, I can't raise no man, I got stuff to do and all of this, and that behavior has led to the observation that men must come self-made. The women are not trying to get a man or a boyfriend like Build-A-Bear and make that man or mold that man into the man that they want. And because the women don't want that responsibility to help and support and aid a man and inspire a man and motivate a man to be successful, the women then turn around and say that the men are misogynistic and creepy because the men have no problem with molding a woman. They call it grooming, to mold a woman into the kind of woman that you want. Well, it's equally grooming if you mold a man into the kind of man that you want. But women mold men differently than men mold women, because men will teach women what the women need to do to satisfy the man, to provide the needs that the man is not getting from himself or does not have the time to provide for himself, the wants that he wants, and stuff to that effect. How to be a helpful partner, to take up some of the responsibilities, even if you're not bringing in any capital into the relationship. A man is going to teach you what to do, what not to do, so that you have the full manual of how to keep this man successful, or keep the man happy and successful. Now, women, on the other hand, just really mold the man into being self-isolating so that he does not interact with other women, which prevents this man from potentially finding a better woman that'll treat him better and meet more of his expectations. So that is another scenario that we have had bounce back and forth with some of the fans in the podcast, is because, you know, if women built up men for the men to be successful, and the men built up the women for the women to be successful, and the women and the men are working together in this equality lifestyle, this egalitarian lifestyle that women misrepresent in modern times, then we would be in a situation where the women and the men would both be equally successful. You take two $30,000 to $50,000 a year incomes, put them together, you got $60,000 to $100,000 worth of income in that family. You need $68,000 to live comfortably. So if you guys can find a way to bring an extra $5,000 a person into your relationship, you're making $70,000 with $2 extra thousand on the side, and you guys are able to live comfortably. You know, you don't need to make $100,000 by yourself, and you have to understand that only 23% of men are making over $100,000. And you also have to understand that the average woman is making less than $100,000. So there are women that are making $100,000 or more. There's very successful women, millionaires even, but they're far and few in between, part of the top 1%. The bottom 99% is making less than $100,000. That's the bottom 99% of the population is making less than $100,000 a year. And then you're looking at, out of that, about 50% or 49% of that is men. And then out of the percentage of men, half of the men have never been married or single, with no alimony, no child support. Out of that half, you have about 20 or 30% of the men that are typically tiptoeing around the $50,000 to $80,000 a year income individually. Now, women want men to make $100,000, and I understand that because due to inflation, you have the financial obligation of the man, because women don't have responsibility. They have responsibility, they just avoid it. And I'm going to say that because while equality dictates that women have equal responsibility to engage men, initiate first dates, pay for all of those dates until the man decides to take on the responsibility to pay for the women, women say to this day that it is the man's responsibility and the obligation of a man to pay for the dates. It is the man's responsibility and obligation to take care of the girlfriend. It is the man's obligation and responsibility to buy expensive ring to show how much he cares for the girl. And then it's the man's responsibility and obligation to pay for the wedding, because back in the day, the the father of the bride would pay for the wedding. These days, not happening. The husband's paying for the wedding. So the boyfriend is paying for the first date. He's got to convince her to go on the first date, pay for the first date, pay for every date after that, buy this really expensive ring for a proposal. Then after he finished spending all this money on this ring, then he's got to save up money for the wedding. Then he's got to spend all this extra money on a wedding. And then after the wedding, it is his responsibility as the husband to pay for the rest of her life. Now, nowhere in there is the equality where a woman is required and obligated to pay for half of that shit. Nowhere in there is there responsibility for that. Now, there are women that choose to do it. There are women that would choose to go half on the bills, choose to go half on the mortgage. But women are multifaceted where they are allowed to claim feminism when they don't want responsibility, and they're allowed to claim masculinity when they want to be in charge. But they typically claim masculinity to dictate terms and then claim femininity and avoid the responsibility for taking responsibility for the financial obligations and also the fallout of the decision that was made. Now it's the man's responsibility to fix it if the situation goes wrong. I don't agree with that. If you're going to be a leader, you're going to be a leader all of the time. If this is going to be a dictatorship, then we're going to discuss this. But the final say comes from the person who has to deal with the financial collateral damage of the decision that is made. So if I'm going to be the one that has to fix this shit when it goes south, and I've got to put money and effort into fixing the shit when the shit goes south, I got a final say in the situation. I might ask you what you think about what I'm about to do. But if I'm the one that's got to fix this when the shit goes south, I'm going to be the final person to make a say. Now, if I'm on the fence and I could do either or, and I could just need a deal break, a tiebreaker kind of opinion where I could do either one and it doesn't matter to me, and then I ask you what you think, and then you break the tie, then I do what you recommended because I was thinking about doing that, but I was also thinking about doing something else. That's what asking your girlfriend or your wife of her opinion helps you do. Finish breaking the tie when you have more than one option and you're not sure which option to go off of. But just to say that she's going to tell you what to do with all of the resources that you made, and you've got to make yourself a self-made man before she will accept you, because women date up, men do not date up, men date down, and men are forced to date down. And since men are forced to date down, when a woman marries a man, more often than not, she's marrying up to his level, but then dictating terms like a dictator as if this is all her resources. It's not your resources. And then the other thing that we have with men is the fallout is that unless the woman is financially more successful than the man, more often than not, if you guys are on an equal footing or the man is making more money than the woman, more often than not, the courts are in favor of the woman, which means that if the woman divorces the man because she's unsatisfied, not because he cheated on her, not because he beat her, not because he abandoned his marriage, because she's just unsatisfied. It's just a frivolous divorce. She divorces, takes half of his resources. Because over 150 years now, the laws have been set in favor of back in the day when the laws were created, when women did not have jobs. Women only had the responsibility of being at the house. And since they did not have an income, when they divorced their income, the man's obligation was to take care of her until she got another income. Nowadays, that's just an exploited method for women to gain extra assets. But when women fought for liberation, they did not fight for liberation from responsibility. I say this on a show plenty of times. When we get on this particular type of topic, women fought for more responsibility. So you went from having your household obligations as a female woman taking care of the household to also having the responsibility of getting a job and going to work and bringing back money to contribute to the house. So truth be told, since the man's responsibilities have never changed, the man's responsibility is to leave the house and go make money and bring the money back to take care of the house. The man's responsibility is to protect you and to make sure that you have most of the things that you need. Your responsibility is to take care of the house and make sure that what he needs is taken care of. And then you have the added responsibility after women's liberation is to go out and get a job and make the money that your husband's not making. That's what, truthfully, historically, women have fought for. So if you are the kind of woman that works a full-time job, your husband's working a full-time job, and the woman comes home and takes care of the kids, the man helps out with it, but not that much. The fact is, that's what you fought for. Whether or not you agree with it, that's what you fought for. So if you want less responsibility outside of the house, where you don't have to work a full-time job, but you kind of do a little part-time job, you spend more time at the house than you spend outside of the house, you still have your obligations at the house. But if you're going to be a alpha boss lady, you're going to take care of going out and making the money, and you're going to have a stay-at-home boyfriend or stay-at-home husband, then you're in the position in that scenario of having your stay-at-home husband or stay-at-home boyfriend doing all of the things that you would have done, but you are now fiscally responsible for everything, which then puts you in the alpha position where you pay the cost to be the boss, which means, ladies, you dictate terms in that situation. You would be the one who would ask your husband of his opinion, and then if he didn't give you, if you were going to be the one that's going to be dealing with the collateral damage, ladies, you would then be making the final say. So even though you take his information under advisement, because you're paying the cost to be the boss, you get the final say because you're paying for everything. When Barbie pays for Ken, Ken doesn't have anything. Barbie's got the house, the car, and the yacht. If Barbie says no, no is no, because it's Barbie's estate. But if the shoe would have been on the other foot and that would have been Ken's estate, there's absolutely no way that you can get me to understand that Barbie would run Ken's estate when he got it all on his own. Doesn't make any sense. But this is the economy that we're living in right now in relationships. So ladies, just chime in as you come in. I see Kay Laurelin. Pronounce that for me better. We're going to go on to the next comment question from the fans here.
I'm sure you all have heard similar stories. My husband, despite multiple discussions over the past 2 years, never takes initiative in chores or anything in our lives. I'm constantly the one reminding him and asking him to do things, and when I don't, it doesn't get done. He told me he started hating me because of it about 6 months ago, so we both had an agreement that I will stop telling him what to do as long as he starts following up with his promises. I followed up on my end of the promise and he didn't within a few days. We agreed that since I wake up first to work out then make breakfast, he wakes up with our kid and takes her to daycare before work. After work, I pick up our kid and make dinner and manage the bedtime routine, and he cleans the kitchen while I do that. Every single day, I walk out after bedtime to the kitchen not being touched. It's so disappointing and hurtful. Usually, I get upset at him and tell him that I really want the kitchen cleaned every day. And he just brushes me off saying he will do it the morning. 25% of the time he does. But since we had the agreement, I stopped. I just pretended to ignore the mess and would get ready for bed because by then I would have to get up in 7 hours. I let him be responsible for the mess because that's what we agreed on. 2 months later and our kitchen was always a mess. Constantly we would have molded food on the stove next to the sink, crumbs everywhere on the floor. So I gave up and started cleaning whenever I had time. I learned to cook and clean at the same time. Stressful with the child, but I learned. Most of the time there were a week worth of dishes and we have no dishwasher, so it took me a long time to catch up on washing the dishes. After bedtime, usually I'd be the only one cleaning. He would be laying in bed even though I wake up 2 hours before he does. He would literally yell at me about how I let the dishes get so stinky whenever he did wash the dishes, even though he agreed that he's responsible for cleaning after dinner. So I stopped relying on him and just started taking care of everything on my own. It's been 2 months of that mindset and I find it harder to respect him now. He seems like a child to me. Always complaining about everything and never puts effort. Always too tired and grumpy. Today I was very excited because my husband brought up the idea of a movie night date. He never brings up date ideas or plans them, so it made me so hopeful. He said he would rent a movie and after bedtime we would watch it. I made a fancier dinner and put our kid down. Kid took a little longer to go down. But I was fine with it because I figured he would clean today so we can have a movie night. I was wrong, he didn't even bother to close the lids on the pans on the stove. He just turned off the lights in the kitchen. It felt like my heart broke and I cleaned the kitchen myself again. He walked out, didn't say a word and watched YouTube videos at the counter. Once I was done cleaning, we went to the bedroom and he just laid down and went to sleep. It hurts so much. I was so hopeful this time. He gets mad at me that I don't treat him like a man, but he never shows me he's reliable. I'm always hurt by his actions. Anyway, any advice on what I should do? During our relationship, he told me he wouldn't get drunk and stuff, and when he would drink, with respect, he went to his cousin's house and didn't tell me he would get drunk.
We're gonna. Oh, hold on.
I didn't even think he would because I trusted him. Recently today, I noticed he followed some new girl. As a joke, I messaged him, "LOL, who is this girl?" And he started typing, "I'm at my cousin's house." I was very confused about why he was typing this odd. I replied, "LOL, are you drunk?" And he said no, and sent me a voice message. He kept typing very oddly, drunk with the misspelling of words and stuff, and he was like, "You don't trust me," spelled in the worst way. So I said, "Calm down, please," and I kept calling him. He said, no, bro," and blocked me. I was crying for hours. I know he might unblock me once he gets sober, but if he doesn't, it's really over for good. I feel like he did some dumb shit due to him being drunk, like following a girl and following another girl. I told him to unfollow earlier because it made me uncomfortable. I tried texting him in my other accounts, but it's just, "You don't trust me." I didn't say shit. I can't get drunk if I want to. Then blocked again. I'm very worried. I don't know what to do. I'll update you guys, but for now, I need support. I have terrible BPD and it's making this worse.
Okay, so I wanna. There's a lot to unpack here. First things first. Let me just work on this first half over here. So you are trying to negotiate with your man. He's working a full-time job, probably 2 jobs. He comes back to the house. He's tired. You want him to do stuff around the house. You didn't claim anywhere in there where you're holding down a full-time job equally. You take care of the kids and he works. Now you want him to come back and do the dishes so that you can take care of the kids. I'm going to tell you right now, I was just on a rant about that. You are supposed to be taking care of the kids and the whole house if he's taking care of all of the going to work and working 2 jobs to bring back the money to take care of you and the kids. So for him to be trying to negotiate with you about your responsibilities as a wife, you're just being a bad wife. He's disappointed in you because you're not being a good wife. You're disappointed in him because he's not taking your responsibility upon all of his responsibilities. Because you have to understand that when a man marries a woman, a man at least tries to take half of her responsibilities onto himself. Selfishly, in this entire explanation, you have never once explained to me what you are doing as the woman to take any responsibility off of his shoulders. You're just complaining about the fact that he doesn't wash dishes. I'm not going to say that it's the woman's job to wash dishes, but I am going to say that whoever is bringing the money home 90% of the time is out making that money more often than not, unless you have a work from home job. And usually the other person who works less is the one that goes and washes the dishes. And that's just a uniformed expectation. So I grew up in a family where we were taught you got to do something to contribute to the tribe, meaning that either you held a full-time job and you brought money back and you paid for things, or you took care of the household for the people who brought back money. So whether it was 2 people in the household or 5 people in the household, everybody who worked and brought back money, their responsibility was to go out and work and bring back money. And whoever wasn't working would cook and clean and take care of the needs of the people who were working and bringing back money. So this doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. What matters is that if you're not out there working and bringing back money, if you're at the house, then you're taking care of the kids. You're taking care of the household chores, washing the dishes, taking out the trash sometimes. But the man is going to come back and he's going to take care of the plumbing. He's going to take care of the dishwasher, if there is a dishwasher, take care of the washer and dryer, if there is one, fix holes in the roofs and stuff, clean the gutters, paint things. He's going to be doing all the heavy lifting. He's doing a physically strenuous job more often than not, especially the blue collar workers, doing a physically strenuous job for 10 to 15 hours a day. Then he's going to come back to the house and do physical labor at his house. The things that you either can't do or feel like you shouldn't do because you're a woman. And then you expect this man to say, okay, I'm going to also wash the dishes because it's mentally strenuous for you to deal with the children. But it's physically strenuous for him to deal with making the money and bring the money back, and then you want him to add additional physical strain to go and aid you in the kitchen. Now, one of the other things that you also said was that because you had it in your mind that you were going to do all of this extra stuff for him because you thought he was going to do the dishes, not because he said, hey, we'll watch a movie after bedtime. We'll put the kids down first, and then we'll watch a movie. So you made an elaborate dinner, which is something that you should have been able to do on a daily basis. So you did more today because he offered to treat you to a nice like Netflix and chill scenario. And instead of you doing a regular meal that you guys could have done a regular meal, you could have had the regular quantity of cleanup, you could have had the regular quantity of putting the kids down. He still got to go to bed. It took you longer to put the kids to bed. It took you longer to make the meal. It took you longer to clean up after the meal. And then he's sitting there waiting on you to come and watch the movie and enjoy the movie with him. And he gets tired. He goes, lays down and go to sleep. And you're going to blame him because you did extra because he told you, hey, look, let's watch a movie together after we put the kids down. Truth be told, you should have made a normal dinner. You should have the normal quantity of effort that you put into a dinner, the normal quantity of dishes that you utilize for a dinner, and then the normal quantity of cleanup that would have been done if you're going to be the one to clean it up, to get that cleanup and put the kids down. If you're typically in the type of household where you'll leave it till in the morning or something to that effect, then put the kids down and leave it till in the morning. Go to bed and watch the movie with them. Enjoy the movie because the movie wasn't there to get you to go wash dishes. The movie wasn't there to get you to go and make a bigger meal than what you normally would have made. But out of appreciation for your mentality, your fictitious understanding that he would somehow do the dishes if you cooked extra food, that wasn't in the discussion. The discussion was, let's watch a movie after the kids go to bed. The discussion wasn't, I'm going to do extra dishes if you cook an elaborate meal so that we can put the kids to bed and watch a movie. The discussion was, I'm going to put a movie on after you put the kids to bed. You put the kids to bed, went cleaned the kitchen, and then went to bed. You kind of slipped up because once the kids went to bed, from the time the kids went to bed till the time he went to bed, that was a 2-hour movie window. He put the kids down, and then you went into the kitchen and started doing dishes. You said, fuck that movie. He's sitting in the kitchen with you, watching YouTube videos, waiting on you to bring your behind out the kitchen so that you could come watch the movie. And you didn't prioritize watching a movie with him. You prioritized getting the dishes done. Now, you complain to him about those dishes on a regular basis. So you prioritizing the dishes is your pet peeve. But if you really wanted to watch that movie with him, you would have put the dishes into the sink, filled it with water, put some Dawn in that bitch, throw some bleach on top of it. Let it sit there and soak. Get that shit later. Go watch the movie with him first. And then when he take his ass to bed, if you're going to get up and go do the dishes, then go do the dishes. But you can't tell me that from the time you put the kids to bed till the time he go to bed, that you're going to do the dishes and then make him stay up 2 more hours and yourself stay up 2 more hours to watch this movie when you complain already about how you only got a 7-hour gap between the time that you get ready for bed and the time you got to get back up in the morning. And you also understand that he's getting up before you and taking the kids. So if you got 7 hours, he's got 6 hours. So I don't understand why you're complaining about the fact that he gets up in the morning, he takes the kids on his way to work, he does his job, he gets the kids or you get the kids, and then when he comes back home, he does what he has to do at the house. He wants to rest. You're not going to give him that because you want him in the kitchen. I feel like you're complaining for no reason. I feel like you're being ungrateful. And I really believe that you should be doing more for your man. You should be putting more effort into making sure that he has what he needs so that he has the energy to get up in there and do some extra shit around the house for you. Because nowhere in your explanation about you bitching about him not doing the dishes, nowhere in that explanation did you ever give me any scenario where you did more for him than what you expect him to do for you. You only have this complaint that you cook and clean and take care of the children. He goes to work. He takes the kids with him when he goes to work. So the kids aren't at the house with you when he's taking the kids to school. So what are you doing from the time he left with the kids before you got up till the time the kids come back to the house? Because you never said you were going to work. You just said that you got stuff to do in around the house. To me, you bitching for nothing. And yeah, that will destroy your relationship. All right, let's move on to the next comment that we got here.
My ex blocked me on all platforms when I was trying to work through things with her. I've sent a letter and left voicemails. No response. I'm struggling to get through each day. I realize I might reach her via email. Should I try or am I done?
Oh yeah, bro, you done. You finished. You KO'd it. So first and foremost, is she left because she was unsatisfied before she left. And women typically linger in a relationship for several weeks or several months, and sometimes even several years before they actually walk out of the relationship. They just really need some kind of closure and validation so that they can walk out of the relationship. But when they walk out of the relationship, they were done before they left. Men might leave sporadically. Women tactically leave the relationship. So there is no accidental we broke up when it comes from a woman's perspective. She literally is gone on purpose. Why? It could be something that you did that she would prefer that you have not done. It could have been something that you didn't do that she preferred that you did do. And then also frivolously, she could have had higher unrealistic expectations than what she knew you were capable of performing. And then if you weren't able to up your own status to perform at her level of expectations, then she would be disappointed. And just because she's disappointed that she doesn't have access to the quantity of resources that she thought she would have access to, that she would then up and leave and go find somebody with the resources that she was hoping for so that she could have the accessibility to the resources like she was originally hoping for. Now, in either one of those situations, you're still in a position that once she left, she's done. She's done. Now, women will circle back. So she'll block your number just so that she can go off and enjoy the pleasures of life. She can block your number in order for her to recuperate from what happened, to find mental clarity or something to that effect. But if she wants you back, she will unblock your number. She will circle back. She'll find a reason to come and get some stuff that she left behind or make an excuse to be in your neighborhood, because women are not direct about their train of thought. They're indirect and vague and covert. So if they want to re-engage with you, they will make it a point to accidentally be in your area to re-engage with you. Men, that's like, once you're out of the loop, you're out of the loop. We don't do men are specifically tactical about their day-to-day operations. We're not gonna make a beeline, freaking redirect ourselves to, if we're coming to you, we're coming straight to you. There is no reason. There is no excuse. We show up. I wanted to see you. That was the reason why we're seeing you. I was just in the area. Nah, fuck that shit. No, I came straight here because this is where I wanted to be. Men are direct. Women are indirect. She'll be in the area and hope you see her so that y'all can quote unquote bump into each other. It's not that small of a fucking world. It's not that small of a fucking city. At the end of the day, you're only crossing paths because she wanted y'all to cross paths. So you're only not crossing paths because she doesn't want you to cross paths. So, sir, while she's not talking to you, stop trying to talk to her. Ain't shit that y'all could not work out in a relationship that you're going to work out after the relationship is over. And reason being is because it takes two people to fuck up a relationship. It takes two people to fuck up a relationship, not one. I know some women are going to say, oh, no, it takes two people it only takes one because the man can be abusive. No, ma'am, it takes two, because one, he has to be abusive, and two, you have to allow him to be abusive. Because if you leave the first time that he hits you, if you don't want to be hit, then at the end of the day, you're not going to be in a relationship long enough for you to say, oh, all of these years of investment in this relationship is gone. You would not make it past the fifth date if he was hitting you and you didn't want to be hit. Okay. Likewise, men allow themselves to be abused by women on a regular basis, even though some women say that men are more abusive than women. No, men get in trouble for being abusive more than women get in trouble for being abusive. But women are more abusive than men because women can punch, kick, slap men out of fun. They can do it out of fear. They can do it out of being quote unquote overly emotional. They can do it out of anger. But a man cannot hit a woman, not even in play. And if too many people see that happening too many times, that the man gets in trouble, he goes to jail, and he's gone for 10, 15, 20 years. Now he's on probation. He's got anger management, all this other shit. But a woman is not going to get put in jail and have to deal with anger management classes and be on probation because she beat up her man. You don't like what a man does, you throw a pot of hot grits on a man, and the man's just punished for his behavior. You can throw drink on a man, and a man is just punished for his behavior. You can slap him in the face because you're emotional, and you can punch him because you're emotional, and he just has to tolerate that because men are supposed to be strong. Men are supposed to be able to take the abusive behavior. I strongly disagree with that. I believe that if a woman hits you, that if you're not putting her down, then at the end of the day, you're putting her in jail. Because if I can't hit you, you shouldn't be able to hit me. If we're supposed to be equal, if we're supposed to be weighed on the same scale. Now, only when a woman is less than a man can you say that a woman can hit a man and a man can't hit a woman, because a man is not on the same platform as a woman. If you're going to admit as a woman that women are more fragile than men and requiring to be kept and catered and protected by the men, where the men cannot be overly aggressive to the women because women might break, in that scenario, then you could say, well, she can do these things, but he can't because he's stronger than her, and women are not equal to men. So men have to behave differently than women behave because women are less significant than men. Then you have a valid argument. But if a woman and a man are 100% equal across the board, if she hits him, all the consequences of a man hitting a woman should apply to the woman when a woman hits a man. Whether it's getting hit back, going to jail, whatever the case may be, it is what it is. But likewise, when we're talking about abusive relationships, a man in an abusive relationship, when he leaves, you don't go back. A woman in an abusive relationship, when she leaves, you don't go back. So when outside of your excuse of, oh, it was an abusive relationship, you have to tiptoe around the fact that it takes two people to fuck up a relationship. When you have a disagreement and you guys are not willing to work it out because you're standing on your position and you're talking over your partner, you're standing on your position and you're talking over your partner. So you're not trying to work this out. You're not trying to negotiate the situation. You're just talking over your partner. You want to win the argument by having the last word. And so you ultimately don't care about resolving the situation. You just want to win the argument to have the last word. But in order for y'all to have that particular type of argument, your partner also has to be entertaining the same stupidity, which means that it takes two of y'all to fuck it up. So likewise, while in a breakup, the man has contributed some way, shape, or form in either doing or not doing what should have been done in order to maintain a relationship, the woman equally has either contributed or not contributed enough to the relationship to maintain a healthy relationship. So if you are trying to work on your side as the man, because first person accountability, you have to fix yourself. You recognize what went wrong, you fix yourself. Then you talk to the other person about what they can do to do better as well. If they're not willing to change, do you really want to take that person back? Do you really want to take the chaos back into your life? If you recognize the error of your ways, you're going to change. The other person is not willing to change. Do you really want to go and bring that chaos back into your life? Oh, because you missed them. But you also missed the chaos too, I'm guessing. Because if you didn't miss the chaos, if you thought the chaos was too much, then you would say, well, if this person isn't willing to change, she's blocking my number, she's not trying to work out the error that we both had to go through, then this relationship is dead. So the truth, you talking about you mailed her letters, you text her, called her, all this other stuff, and she ignored all of that, bro. You doing too much. You should not even be trying to. You call yourself trying to say, well, I'm gonna send her an email now. What the fuck else is that gonna do besides give her enough information to get a restraining order on you because you won't leave her alone? At the end of the day, bro, just stop talking to her because she's not trying to make the situation better. She could give two shits about whether or not the situation is better. And that's one of the reasons why you, sir, should be trying to move on and trying to do better with yourself. Fix the mistakes that you understand that you contributed to. And then after you have emotionally detached from the negativity of this relationship, after you have fixed the baggage of this relationship, where you are no longer carrying that baggage, that's when you're able to go over and start anew in a different relationship and not make the same mistakes that you made in the previous relationship. And if this isn't the first breakup you've had in your life, because most of us in adulthood have had more than one relationship, then you learn from each one of the last relationships that negatively impacted you. You make changes off of each one of the relationships, whether it's not contributing enough or contributing too much. One of the two, you make those changes. And as you make those changes, when you come up with the next person, you're able to interact with the new person in a more appropriate fashion. You're still going to have to learn a new person. You're not going to know what this person's likes and dislikes are. You're not going to know what this person's wants and needs are, but you will know what you will and will not do. And you will hopefully follow my advice and stand on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior from the beginning, so that you can make sure that your wants, needs, and desires are being met while you are striving to meet the other person's wants, needs, and desires. So notice, ladies, I'm not saying that y'all are supposed to bow down to your man from the gate. What I'm telling the men is that you need to stand on your own non-negotiable expectations for behavior as a man, because since your design is to give the woman whatever she wants, her satisfaction comes from being present. That is not uniform. That is not equal. That is not balanced. So you got to make sure that if you're going to guarantee that you'll do everything you can do to make her happy, that you need to make sure that this woman is going to do the same for you before you start investing too much into this relationship. If she's not showing signs that she's going to value you as much as you value her, you need to replace her before you invest too much into her. Since men are obligated to invest in women before we even know what their freaking name is, make sure that you don't invest too much into the woman until you realize that she will reciprocate and she will invest in you in some way, shape, or form, so that you can be fulfilled while you're fulfilling all of her wants, needs, and desires. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Yeah, I'm checking comments all over the place.
Can a person who has cheated in the past be trusted not to cheat again in the future, even if their current partner has forgiven them?
Well, most people have cheated at least once in their life. So you can't say that, especially if you're in your middle ages, 27, 30, 40, that you've never cheated in your life. Can't say that. That's not because you also have two types of cheating. You have physically cheating, that's having sex with somebody else, or emotionally cheating, where you are establishing an emotional bond with someone else that is equal to or greater than the emotional bond that you have in your current relationship. So all of us have at least once in our life cheated on the partner that we thought meant the world to us at that time. So can somebody recognize the error of their ways before and put forth extra effort into not doing it again? Yes. Will you forgive them for cheating if you're the person that they cheated on? Probably not. You will always look out the side of your eye. You're always going to have a lack of trust in them if you've been cheated on before in the past and you get cheated on again. If you get into a third relationship after being cheated on by two other different partners, you are not going to trust the new relationship before the new relationship can show you that there's honesty there and there isn't an error of deception. Also, we need to point out the fact that when a man is in a situation where he's fixing it so that he doesn't cheat on the woman, the man has to deal with a lot more negative experience from women, because you have to look at the fact that these days a man says, well, I want a natural woman. I want a woman to be a certain type of characteristics. I want a woman to have certain type of behavior patterns, so that I am not having to go and get another woman that meets the rest of my expectations. Women don't think about that. Women just say, oh, well, you should just accept me for who I am. I'm going to be real with you. In this day and age, if I wanted a car that goes fast, but I also wanted a car that was reliable, and I also wanted a car that was fuel efficient. If I get a car that's reliable and slow, I'm still going to go and get a car that is fast. If I get a car that is fast but is not fuel efficient, I'm still going to end up trying to find a car that is fuel efficient. If both of those other two cars that I had went and got are not as durable as I would prefer. I would go and get the durable car. So if I wanted one that was all three or as close to all three as possible, that's slightly faster, slightly more fuel efficient, and slightly more durable than the other three options that would have had the extreme speed or the extreme fuel efficiency or the extreme durability, then that one is the one that would have met all of my expectations. Now, if a woman says, take me as I am, not what you want, just accept me as is, that's when you start putting a man in a compromising position, because you're demanding monogamy. And then while you're demanding monogamy, you're guaranteeing him up front that he is not going to be satisfied with what he's getting. He just has to accept it. Then the other problem is that he's not allowed to fulfill his expectations anywhere else because he got you. So you're not willing to change to try to meet some of his expectations because he has to accept you for who you are. So not only are you not what he wanted, you're not willing to change and improve to be what he wants, but then you don't want him to go and find what he wants in someone else and have you too, where he loves you. You do some of the stuff that he wants you to do, but he goes and gets the rest of what you're not willing to give him from the other woman. So the problem that you have with that, with women expecting men to not cheat, is a man will try his hardest to not, if he doesn't want to cheat on his woman, he will try his hardest not to cheat on his woman by designing expectations where the majority of his needs are met by the one girl. And then you refuse to meet his expectations. You refuse to care what his expectations are, to even try to figure out if you're willing to meet those expectations. Then you will tell him that he has to abandon his own expectations and still dedicate himself to fulfilling all of your expectations so that you can be happy, so that he could be in your life. That's a bit one-sided, isn't it? If a man that's, say, 41 years old wants to continue having children, you're 45 years old, you've gone through menopause, you can't have any more children. You're 36 years old, you've already got your tubes cut and tied, you're not having any more children. You've already had a hysterectomy, you're not having any more children. You decide to date this man knowing that he wants to have more children. First mistake. You don't want more children, he wants more children. You're telling him to abandon his desires. Instead of saying, we would not have a successful future together, so I'm not going past the second, third date. From the day that I realize that you want children and I don't want children, I am not going to pursue this any further because I don't want to have the obligation to provide you with children. Instead, you will put that on a back burner. You'll put a pin in that topic and you'll address it later. Then you guys will go through a year, 2 years, 3 years of a relationship, and his desire for children increases and he's bringing it back up again. And because you forgot about it because you could give two shits, now you're in a position where he's readdressing his desire from the very first and second date to have children with you now, because you have filled the role of the woman that should be having his children, and you either can't or don't want to. Now, should he abandon his expectations? Because he has to meet your expectations. He has to provide for you the way you want him to provide for you, treat you the way you want to be treated, give you the things that you want, but you're not giving him what he wanted. Is that balanced? Is that equal? And then if he's going to keep you, do everything that you want so that you're satisfied, he's still unsatisfied, he still wants children, he cheats on you with another woman, she gets pregnant, now you think he's a bastard because he got somebody else pregnant because he wanted children. You don't want children. Is he wrong for doing that? Or is it his responsibility to turn you away because you don't want to satisfy him and his wants, needs, and desires? So he should stand on his non-negotiable expectations on a first or second date. When he comes to find out that you're not interested in children, that he says, you know what, I'm not even going to check, please, and walk away and just not entertain you anymore, because he knows from the beginning that you have no intention of meeting his expectations. And if that is the fact, then ladies, a man should not accept you for who you are. A man should stand on his non-negotiable expectations for behavior, and a man should be able to dictate terms as to what he's looking for in a woman: behavior, attitude, functionality, qualifications and contributions, and then determine if you qualify. And if you qualify, then you should qualify for his resources. But if you don't qualify, then he should be able to say, nope, I'm not fucking with you. Now, Lollipop says they both are responsible for cutting off the relationship early. It's not one-sided. Now, truth be told, from an egalitarian perspective, it's supposed to be both parties equally responsible. But let's be honest, we're not dealing in a realistically egalitarian situation. We're dealing with a traditional hierarchy where men have the expectation to say and do and then allow themselves to be treated a certain way by women, where women have the women's liberation and feminist belief that they're in control of the entire scenario. So cutting off the man is going to be something that women do 70 to 90% of the time. Men, more often than not, have this epic fail of trying to make the situation work. So if, as a man, you understand your wants, needs, and desires, you understand her wants, needs, and desires, you will incorporate her wants, needs, and desires into your agenda. You still, as a man, have to recognize if she is even interested in incorporating your wants, needs, and desires into her agenda, which brings us back to recognizing that if she's not going to compromise her expectations for your happiness the way she's expecting you to compromise your expectations for her happiness, you do both have somewhat of an equal responsibility for cutting one another off. But the fact is that as a man, you have more responsibility to say, no, we're not going to move forward with this, than a woman is going to have that responsibility, because women are going to abandon a relationship just because a man isn't bringing in enough money. A man is not going to lie to her and promise her a whole world, a whole new world of shit that he can't provide. She knows what he can afford to pay for because she's making him pay for everything. She knows how much money he's making because he's telling her he can't afford certain shit. He knows what he can and cannot do for her because she sees his job, she sees his income, she sees his lifestyle, she sees his habits. She knows what she's going to get from him. He doesn't know what he's going to get from her because there are no tangible expectations for a woman. There are no tangible expectations for a woman. And then on top of that, women are also going to dive onto the fact that all of the feminine responsibilities that a woman is supposed to have is followed up with the expectation for, you got to marry him first. I don't see a ring on his finger, so if you want me to make you a sandwich or bring you lunch or do the dishes or massage your back or whatever the case may be, you got to marry me first. Well, women are not acting like wives as girlfriends, but they want to get married first before they act like wives. You got to understand that if you marry her, she's not doing it before you marry her. She's not going to do it after you marry her. She's not going to level up like a Charizard and become a Charmander and start being a better woman to you because you married her. If she's not doing what you expected her to do before the marriage, whatever you're seeing her do before the marriage is what you expect of her after the marriage, if not less. Because men and women both get comfortable with one another, settle, and stop doing some stuff that they was originally doing before they got married. They both equally stop doing stuff at some point in a relationship when a relationship carries on for an extended period of time because they've got comfortable with one another. They just stop doing stuff. So you cannot say that just because we got married that all of a sudden a whole new, you've unlocked a stage in the marriage where the partner is going to just level up and start performing much, much better. That's a fictitious imagination. So when women threaten men to say, oh, well, you want what you got to give me what I want in order for me to do what you want, that is a complete fabrication of the truth. Because once you marry her, you're stuck with her. And then if y'all divorce, she takes half your assets. So if you're not satisfied with her, you give up half of your assets. And if she's not satisfied with you, you give up half of your assets. She has nothing to lose from marrying you and then divorcing you, and you have everything to lose from marrying her and divorcing her, or her divorcing you. So really in this situation, the responsibility should be more on the man than the woman, because the woman doesn't have to show her cards at the beginning. The woman doesn't have to show anything throughout the relationship. And if men stand on principle and set that par at the beginning of the relationship, I see your response, Lollipop. I'm about to get to it. As soon as men stand on that position and they stand on those expectations to say, well, I don't see what I'm looking for, that's it, we're not going any further, then ultimately a man is not going to be drug into a long-winded investment where he is going to be the one that's going to experience a catastrophic loss. The woman might have emotional baggage that she has to tend to, but the man is going to have emotional and financial baggage that he has to tend to as a result of this relationship. So Lollipop goes on to say, and don't acknowledge the complexities of all humans. Nah, you got to acknowledge the complexities. You got to acknowledge the complexities on both sides. You can't say, well, it's balanced, it's equal. It's not. It's not balanced, it's not equal. And the reason why it's not balanced and it's not equal, because what women expect from men is not the same as what men expect from women. Men expect I missed your message before that. Hold on, let me go back. The first message I had from you was they both are responsible for cutting off the relationship early. It's not one-sided. And then the following message was, and don't acknowledge the complexities of all humans. So what message did I miss in between those two statements? I am bouncing back and forth between two different chat streams because I have TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all commenting together. So try my best to stay on top of it. Oh, strange. Yeah, Lollipop, I'm paying attention to you. I'm paying attention to you. But I've got at least 4 different streaming platforms here, and people are coming in and going out and commenting. So as I flip back and forward here, I see your comments. I try to acknowledge them. So as I'm saying, yes, as far as don't acknowledge the complexities of all humans, you do need to acknowledge the complexities of all humans, because the fact is that as people, we have to look at things from both sides, our own first person perspective and the perspective of the other person that our decisions will impact. First person accountability, you're responsible for the things that you do or don't do because they will directly impact you, but you're also responsibility for the things that you do and don't do that will negatively impact somebody else. So when you're making a decision in your social interactions or relationships and stuff to that effect, you have to then make sure that what you're doing makes sense for yourself as well as the other person. So when we say, well, who has the most responsibility in that? There's equal responsibility. Well, there isn't equal responsibility. And the reason why there isn't equal responsibility is because the woman is not, what is the woman, Lollipop? What is a woman investing in the first date? Because historically, from my understanding, she invests effort in showing up and the time that it takes to be there and the time that it takes for her to get ready for that date. There are some dates that the message isn't going through. I don't know why. I do not have any restrictions that I am aware of that blocks any type of text. I am not sure why that is. It could be a specific word that you're using that is something that TikTok does not allow to go into active chat boxes. So you might have to find a different word for that. Extremely generalized depictions. Okay. Extremely generalized depictions of men and women I don't like. Okay. Well, so you want me to get us nowhere. So in a way, yes and no. So you can extremely generalize it as men have certain obligations and women have other obligations. And then you can also subcategorize that there are women of lesser value to a man that do not perform the way a man would prefer a woman to perform over women that are qualifiable as a girlfriend or a wife, because you do not make wives, you marry wives, which means that she was wife material before you married her, which goes back to what I was saying about if she's not doing what you would expect her to do as a wife before you marry her, don't expect her to do it after the fact. Now, the thing is that I can overly generalize the difference between obligations of men versus obligations of women, but I can't overgeneralize women in specifically as to the difference between a good woman versus a bad woman, and then turn back around and then try to overly generalize the difference between a good man versus a bad man, because on the platform, I'm encouraging the good men that are willing to go the extra mile for their woman to have expectations from that woman to make sure that she is a good woman. Now, in order for us to do that, you would have to identify when certain negative behavior from not good women occur, so that as a good man, you can avoid this behavior so that you are not wasting your efforts on a not good woman. We typically identify these women as lower valued women. Now, they are more frequently encountered by men than good women or women of moderate to higher value, because more often than not, women of moderate to higher value are married and stay married until their partners die. There are some that have good women that have married a not so good man because she had a type and not actually got what she needed or deserved in a man. She got what she wanted in a man, and that's not always the same thing. And then that marriage didn't go the way she wanted it to go. So you do have divorced women that did divorce from a bad relationship because they got with the wrong guy. But more often than not, women are leaving because specifically they're just unsatisfied with what the man is capable of, not just because 100% of the relationships to 70 to 90% of women, where 70% of women are uneducated and 90% of women are educated, that are leaving their men, or leaving their men because there's something wrong with the men. Because you also have to understand that in a mono woman relationship, that they have the highest divorce rate, the highest rate of separation than any relationship, because a mono male relationship has the least quantity of breakups, which also stems to the fact that it's not the problem is not the man. The man contributes to the problem, but the reason why the woman is not satisfied is not because of the man, it's because of the woman's expectations from her partner, be it a man or another woman. Because when a woman dates another woman and one woman leaves the other woman, you're doing it for the exact same reason, because you're unsatisfied. So when you tell me that I can't overgeneralize the expectations of men versus generalizing the expectations of women, that is something that I can in fact do. Because unless you are trying to overshadow negative and toxic people from the women that are not valuable to the men that are not valuable, and then try to crossbreed that into a conversation where men of value are trying to find out if they are dating a woman of value, when women are not required generally to show their worth or value to a man at the beginning of the first encounter, because women's expectations are generally that a man is supposed to impress her on the first date. Well, if the man's job is to impress you on the first date, outside of showing up and staying the full date, what are you doing to impress him? Because you're expecting him to pay for everything. You're expecting him to plan everything. Some women are even expecting men to take them everywhere so that you could be wowed in the type of lifestyle that you otherwise would not provide yourself. Where we have said on the show before, a man that is on your level is somebody who can do for you what you can do for yourself, which is not a wow situation. It is nowhere, shape, or form a wow situation. If you eat fast food every day and he's taking you out to fast food, there's no wow there. But that is a man that's on your level. If you eat fast food every day and now he's taking you to a 5-star restaurant, that's a wow. And if that is the wow that he has to do, he has to take you out of your comfort zone of the normal things that you can provide for yourself. If you're eating ramen noodles and progressive soup on a daily basis and he brings you to steak and lobster, he wowed you. But you're not sleeping with him on the first date. You're not cooking and cleaning for him. After that, you're not going to his house and reorganizing his business. You're not doing nothing outside of showing up putting in the extra effort to put on the fake hair and fake makeup and fake eyelashes, waist trainers, push-up bras, water bras, butt lifters, and everything else that you do, spray on tans and everything else that you do to make yourself look attractive to the man. That is the effort that you contribute in the first date, is looking attractive. And then after you look attractive for the man, the only thing else that you do is show up, and you stay until you are no longer satisfied. So when you tell me that I cannot generalize the difference between the expectations of men versus the expectations of women, yes, I can. Because generally speaking, more often than not, you don't see women saying, oh, you're cute, let me take you to Nordstrom's and buy you a $250 dinner, and then let me take you to a yacht party the day after that, and then let me take you to this museum a week after that, and then let me take you to a Beyonce concert with starring Nicki Minaj and get you backstage passes where you can get a lap dance from Nicki Minaj, and then let me go and buy you a Bentley, and then let me go and put you into my house. You don't see women doing this on a regular basis. But these are the type of expectations that women have for men. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't successful women out there. And I'm not saying that there are not women that do take good care of their men. There are women that have a $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year job, and they do take care of their men. But I can also say that more often than not, it is the man's expectation to do better than the women. So Lollipop says, oh my God, this is absurd. Of course, women always say that. My job is to be myself and form connections. I pay 50-50. No, your job to yourself is to be yourself. Your expectation to your partner is to meet the needs of your partner the same way his expectations is to meet your needs. Because you're not going to tell me that you're going to accept a man that makes $20,000 a year and then he's going to live in your house because he lives with his mom, and that he's going to have his $20,000 a year go towards the child support to his other baby mama, and you're going to be okay with that. You're not going to tell me that he's happy with his situation and that he's going to sit in your house and smoke weed and play PlayStation all day long, and he's not going to try to do better than the $20,000 a year that he's making. You're going to say that he has to up his standards, or you're going to find a man that makes the same amount of money as you or more than you so that you can put in half and he can put in half. So no, you are not doing it for yourself and forming connections. You actually form a connection with a man that can contribute to your situation. You're not going to date a man that's broke. You're not going to go date a man that's sleeping on the bus stop. You're not going to formulate a relationship with a homeless guy because he's nice to you. You're not going to take him up off the street, give him a shower, buy him new clothes, move him into your house, help him get his ID, then help him go to college, help him get a better job, and then make a millionaire out of that man. You're going to get a man that's already stable. And then you're going to combine your stability to him. And then you're going to improve yourself from him. But a man can't do that with you. So she says, I don't know a single woman who acts like how you are describing. No, women don't act like how I'm describing. But men are expected to do this. And that's why I told you that, yes, I can generalize across the board how men have this expectation and women do not have this expectation. And it is not equal. Women are supposed to have the same expectations that men have, and that is equal. So if I'm supposed to buy you things and I'm supposed to take you places and I'm supposed to spend money on you, equality dictates that you're supposed to do the same thing for me. That's equality, but it is not equality. I'm not saying that men are not supposed to do these things for women. I am not saying that men should abandon these ideas. But what I'm saying is that if women expect to consider the engagements between men and women to be equal, women must equally contribute to every area of engagement. And they do not. From the first, I think that you're cute. The women shut the men down until the men can convince the woman. You don't look back at the man, okay, he's reasonably appropriately dressed. He seems to be respectful. Let me see what he's about. Let's meet up at a restaurant. Let me actually talk to him and let me find out what he's about. No, women are going to jump down this man's throat. First three questions you're going to ask a man: what's his name? How much money does he make? And, does he have any other financial obligations? first thing a man is going to do is ask you, are you single and are you available? So your expectations are not the same. You're saying a man wouldn't or shouldn't either. You're right. A man shouldn't, but men do. And you say equality is how I approach my relationships. I equally contribute to my relationship. Sometimes it's like a puzzle piece. When I struggle, he supports. Where he struggles, I support. And that's not common. There are some, as I said before, there are some women, if you're in a relationship right now, you have a boyfriend or a husband. You are not single. The single men are not dating you. The single men are dating the women that are not qualifiable as girlfriends a lot of the times. And that's why the good men are having bad times. Women have a problem with associating good men who have been in traumatized relationships from bad women as just ultimately being damaged men, and then also attribute that back to their childhood, blame it on their mothers, everything to that effect. But you have to understand that a traumatized man got his trauma from a woman. No woman wants to step up and say, you know what, I see what he's been through. I'm not going to let him go through that again. I'm going to do better by him this time. But a man is supposed to accept the woman for who she is. So if she was in an abusive relationship, he's supposed to allow any of her triggers that causes her to do anything irrational, allow it to happen and accept it because she was in an abusive relationship before. A man is supposed to allow a woman to be broken and then help her fix herself. But a man is not allowed to be broken and be fixed by a woman. It's not the same. The men have obligations to protect and provide for women, and women feel like men are not men if a man cannot protect and provide for a woman, and women do not have the responsibility to protect and provide for their man. And those women that do protect and provide for their man, more often than not, look down on that man. And typically women want a man that has the same amount of resources or more than her. They very rarely settle for a man that has the same amount of resources or less than them. So in the midst of this conversation, yes, the dynamic is not equal. It is not at all equal. You're saying that I cannot generalize, is your point, is too dangerous. No, I actually can generalize. It is not dangerous at all to generalize. And the reason why it's not dangerous at all to generalize, because while I can understand that not all women are bad, I can also understand that not all men are bad. And then when I start minimizing this situation from an overly generalized population of 8 billion people across the face of the earth and localize it to the Western culture of the United States, and then localize it to the good man that will do the best that he can to give a woman everything that she wants, the only modifiable variable in here is whether or not this is a good woman that he's doing that for. If she is a good woman that he's doing it for, he should be able to see the signs. If she is not showing the signs from day one, then he is not dealing with a good woman. Now, as a good woman, you should be showing those signs from day one. And if you're showing those signs from day one, then you should be able to analyze the man's behavior, how he treats you, what he's willing to, what extent he's willing to go through for you outside of how much money he spends, where his assets and his resources are irrelevant to your analyzation of the man. Because you could get a man with a lot of money, Chris Brown, broken jaws, bloody noses, dislocated eye sockets, dislocated rotator cuffs, cracked pelvis. You can do that. Or you could get a broke man who will worship the ground that you walk on. How you're treated by that man should be more important to you than how much money he has and how much stuff that he can bring to the table. But how much stuff that he brings to the table is how you judge a man. Doesn't matter how much stuff you bring to the table, because men don't care about that. It's how you will treat him. What will you do for him? That is how he is going to, and what you're going to do for him is non-tangible, non-monetizable. It is going to be physical effort, emotional support. That's the only expectations. And then a man is going to tell the woman what to do and what not to do, so that she's not doing things that is not helpful, and she is not doing things that is catastrophic towards his agenda, his expectations, the goals that he's trying to achieve, which means that she will be a better partner for him because she will know what needs to be done and what should not be done, so that she's not accidentally doing the wrong thing. Women don't want to be told what to do by a man. That is supposed to be some way, shape, or form oppressive. Women don't want a man to give them instruction or guidance, and then shame a man for getting a woman that is willing to learn what the man wants and needs, saying that he's grooming her. But at the same time, you say that I can't overly generalize the dangerous behavior of a woman that wants to control a man's resources that he had to get for himself and obtain full success for himself before he qualified to be with her. It's like saying that I control how much the car is worth after the dealership makes the car for me. The dealership isn't even guaranteed to get paid for it because I dictate terms after they make the car. That makes absolutely no sense. So yes, I can generalize the expectations of men and the expectations of women, because the expectations of men from women are not the same as the expectations of women from men. And the more common expectations of women from men is financial status. And the most common expectation of women from men is behavior. So nowhere in there is a situation where the one outlier of the married woman that does a good job with her boyfriend in this particular conversation, because we're not talking about the married woman. We're talking about the single woman. In the previous statement from one of the fans about her being disappointed about her husband not contributing with the dish work, she's not talking about her working a full-time job. All she's claiming that she's doing is cooking and taking care of the kids, and she's complaining about the fact that this man gets up early, takes the kids to school, comes back from work, and she wants him to do more stuff at the house, but she's not talking about how she's putting in work. We itemize the selfishness of one person, and the selfishness of one person holding unrealistic expectations of the other person in a relationship typically causes the disasters that are in the relationship, and then it is magnified by the negative behavior of the responder. Now, going on to say you're saying only talking about and mapping out onto women. No, I'm not only talking about and mapping out onto women. And you're referring to the low value women, not all women. I know it's okay. It's okay. I can piece it together here. And the fact is that no, I'm not just okay. So when men do things that they're not supposed to do, and I talk about this on the show, when men do stupid stuff, I tell the men out the gate that you shouldn't be doing stupid stuff. Now, no woman jumps up on a podcast and say, oh, no, you shouldn't say that. But as soon as I start pointing out how women have flaws and women have negative behavior, the same way men have flaws and men have negative behavior, here I am generalizing again. The only time a woman will come onto the podcast in defense of generalization is when I'm referring to women, because women are absolved of consequence. Women are absolved of accountability. Women are absolved of responsibility. But nowhere in there, if I gave you a scenario about a man who ain't doing right, he taking her money, going to the club with it, going to a strip club with it. He's sleeping with the girls in the VIP room. He not taking care of his kids. He don't even pay for the babysitter. He out there on the block, sitting on the corner, selling drugs. And then when he comes back to the house, all he got left is the money to pay the dope man so he can buy himself some more drugs. She's working 2 jobs. She's feeding him. She's taking care of the kids. She's doing. I would tell her to leave him because he's not contributing to the success of the relationship. I would not say, oh, the good men don't do that. But a good man that works 2 jobs, a good man that started up his own business, a good man that's either renting or buying, that is contributing to his own house, a good man that's got 2 cars and gives you one of them, a good man that has only 1 car and gives you his car and then catches a ride or walks and rides a bicycle. That good man. You're not talking about how I mapped out him. You're just talking about how the difference between the low value women and the moderate value women I'm talking about on this thing, because on this podcast, don't nobody really give a shit about the good man until I talk about the good man. But nobody's coming to the defense of the good man and saying, you're right, sir. Yes, good men do deserve a better woman. You're not telling me, yes, a good man deserves women that respect and appreciate that man. Men are expected to catch a bullet for a woman. Men are expected to go and get that purse when she's being robbed. A man is expected to get into a fight. A man is expected to protect a stranger. He does not have to know this woman. But if she's being attacked by another man, a man is expected to go and rescue her. Even I talked about it on the show last week. Women in Hong Kong expected men to come and provide aid to women because men know CPR. But men don't want to go and aid the women because in Hong Kong, men get sued for sexual harassment because they provided CPR to the woman who lost consciousness. Do I want to get sued because I saved your life? And not sued for malpractice, sued for sexual harassment because I saved your life. No, die. I won't get sued then. Do you see how the problem is? Women do not respect and appreciate and value men, but you want to tell me that I cannot generalize how expectations for men have not changed over 200 years and expectations of women have changed over 200 years where there are no expectations because you multifacetedly shift from the responsibility of being catered to as a female to the responsibility of having the authority over a male, but you never once assume the responsibility of taking care of the man and have the responsibility to cover the cost of a man. You shift. When responsibility hits, you shift. And not you specifically, the person I'm talking to, in general, the women that are shifting back and forward between the responsibilities of a feminine woman and the responsibilities of a masculine man. And then you tell me that I can't generalize. Well, ma'am, if you put a masculine man into this equation, yes, that is exactly a generalization. If you put a masculine man in this equation, generalizing all masculine men, a masculine man is going to end up in scenarios where he is going to be the breadwinner more often than not, which does not mean that there are situations where women don't make more money than a masculine man. It means that more often than not, a masculine man is going to be the breadwinner in a relationship, which is why women are saying a wage gap. Because men do specifically make more money than women because of their career choice. Not because there's a wage gap, but because men typically make more money than women. Even a man and a woman on a reasonably even playing field, you're still looking at a man that's making $6,000 to $8,000 a year more than a woman because of his career choice. And then when they come together and you start talking about paying 50-50, you're not actually paying 50-50. So when you say that you pay 50-50, you don't pay 50-50 with your man because you're not putting up half of your resources and he's putting up half of his resources. You're paying for half of the cost of you two living in the same house, which means that if he's making $60,000 and you're making $40,000 and the expenses of the house is $50,000 and you're putting up $25,000 and he's putting up, he's going to put up more than that. You're not going to see him putting up $25,000. But even if he did put up $25,000, let's say y'all split the bills down the middle. You're making $40,000, he's making $50,000. If you put up $25,000 and he put up $25,000, you're not putting up half. You're putting up more than half of what you brought in. You're paying half of the debt, but you're contributing more than half. Half would require for you to put up $20,000 since you make $40,000 and him put up $25,000 because he makes $50,000, which means he's contributing more to the debt, half of his income. But then you're going to say that because you're contributing more of your resources into the debt, that you're entitled to more authority. But even though you made 40 and he made 50, you put up 25 and he put up 25. You only got 15. He's got 25. He's supposed to be able to take that other 25 and invest it in ways where y'all can have more money going around so that when y'all retire, y'all ain't got to do this no more. Which still means that he's got to be making some executive decisions with where the money's going. So when did authority equate to how much is going into the household? So what? Okay, I'm going to answer that question, but I also got another question for you because you got to type. Where do you equate authority in a relationship between a man and a woman? Because it's not equal. So while you answer my question, I'm going to respond to your where do the authority equate to how much is going into the household? Uniformly speaking, you pay the cost to be the boss. In that scenario, when one person is primarily covering the largest majority of the cost of the resources, the expenses, the overhead, that person would identify as the head of household, the authority. Now, it doesn't matter if it's the man or the woman. That is a uniform position. Now, the minority authority in that situation would typically be the person that is financially contributing the least towards all of the resources. Now, this also means that in those situations where a woman can have a job, but she's making like 20, 30,000 a year, she's only putting in 5 or 10,000 into it. She spends a lot of her money onto herself. She's got a pretty successful man that's making 60, 70,000 a year. He's covering all of the bills. She might pay for a couple things like the cell phone or the cable bill or something, maybe the car insurance, something like that. But he's paying for everything else. In those types of environments, the primary person that's paying for everything is him. Now, flip the script. If she was the one paying for all of that, she would be ideally an authority. Now, if she was the authority because she's paying for 90% of the stuff, do you think that it's fair for him to tell her what to do with her stuff? Do you think that it's fair for him to tell her what to do with her money? Do you think that it's fair for her to tell him when to spend the money on something other than the bills, to entertain him on a vacation or a trip somewhere or just a night out with the bros? While you answer that question, I'm gonna come to your comment. I feel like authority is equal overall. We discuss everything and compromise. Well, you do discuss everything, but you don't ultimately compromise unless you both are putting in the exact same quantity of financial contribution to the resources. That is an egalitarian relationship where you're paying 50. If you've got a $50,000 a year lifestyle, you're paying $25,000 to that lifestyle. He's paying $25,000 to that lifestyle. Y'all are a democracy. But if he's paying for 75% of that lifestyle and you're paying for 25% of that lifestyle, the person who's paying the primary is the authority. And if we flip the script and she's paying 75% of that lifestyle and he's paying for 25% of that lifestyle, do you think that it would be appropriate for him to tell you what to do in that relationship? You're saying it should be a democracy, but it's not. If you're both making 80,000 each year, then you guys should be able to live a lovely lifestyle because the average standard of living to live comfortably in the United States is 68,000 or 69,000 right now. You're talking about a two-income relationship where y'all are both making equally 80,000 a year. You're making 160,000 together. You guys could actually throw two kids into the mix and still be living a lifestyle of 120,000 a year with 40,000 a year left over to invest in the kids' college fund. Now cut your income in half where you both together are making 80,000. And living comfortably is 68,000 a year. It's still doable, but statistically speaking, more often than not, women are contributing to far less in a relationship than men. Not saying that there aren't good women that can contribute more. I'm not saying that there aren't alpha boss ladies that do carry the weight. There are women that if the man lost his job, that she will pay for the man. But there are equally some women where if the man lost his job, she would leave him and go and find a man that makes more money than him. Now, you say we can't generalize in a linear fashion on the discussion, because I do have a few more comments in here that we need to evaluate. But I want to entertain your opinions because you have some very valid points. I'm not going to say that what you're saying is wrong. There are some things I don't agree with, but I'm not going to say that what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that if you do not generalize in a unilateral scenario, you're not going to get to the end of any one direction. You are going to end up branching off into every other what if in this scenario. And likewise, I've had somebody in the comment section before try this to split hairs and straw man the situation and say, well, oh, what about this concept? And what about that concept? And what about the other concept? But the fact is that truth be told, when you go down a linear track, statistically, out of the good men, so that cuts the bad men out of the equation. Statistically, more often than not, good men are mistreated by bad women. Now, that's a generalized concept. Unilaterally speaking, in order for a good man to be able to be sure that he has a good woman, he has to spend more time evaluating her willingness to contribute to him the way he is going to be dedicated to her, which means that she has a guarantee of getting everything that she's looking for out of his income and his resources, but he has no guarantee of getting what he's looking for out of her. Now that's across the board. And there isn't and that is something that I can definitely say about all women, is that there is no guarantee from the woman that the man is going to get what he's expecting from her. There is a guarantee from the man that she will get what he's got to offer, because that's all he's got. She analyzes him. What do you do for a living and how much do you make? It's like some of the first handful of questions that you ask a man. So here we go. I want to touch back because you did put in a couple comments in here. You said, so who in my relationship has more authority, would you say? I'm gonna be honest with you. From the hypothetical scenario that both of you guys have equal incomes, presumably, and under the guys that equal income is significantly larger than the median income in the United States, and presumably because the median income in the United States is $72,000 between two people. So if you guys are both each making $80,000, you guys are both equal. That actually proves one of my points, though, because you didn't get a man that makes $30,000 and you make $80,000. He has to make at least the same amount of money as you, if not more. That actually stands on one principle that I talked about before in a generalized sense. But you asked me who should have the authority. I'm going to tell you that as a woman, you are independently able to represent yourself as a single woman. When you select a man, it's a lot like hiring an attorney. He's supposed to be the mouthpiece because that's one of the responsibilities of being a masculine man, which means that he's supposed to be making the majority of the important decisions, which is one of the other things you should be analyzing about the man, is not how much money he makes. It's whether or not he's able to make positive decisions in line with your expectations and his capabilities of treating you well. So if you pick the right man and he has the type of decision-making process that you would prefer to represent you, he's not just out there willy-nilly focusing on his own personal agenda. He is actually working for your success as well as his own, when a good man incorporates his girl's obligations into his obligations. In that scenario, he should be the one making the decisions, even though you guys are both putting it in there equally. Why? Because as the woman, you lead from the rear. So he leads from the front, you lead from the rear, not because you are supposed to be behind your man, but because you are going to have a more keen-eye view, watching his attempts, watching his failures, watching the people around him, being able to listen in silence to the people that might be trying to betray him, set him up, or cause him to not be successful. Then you are able to come like the coach on the field who does not play the game with the players, but watch the players play the game and then call the players off the field and say, hey, do this, do this, do this, you'll be more successful. As the wife, you lead from the rear. That means he's going to make the first decision. Now, as the wife, you lead from the rear. You see that the decision that he's making is heading in a direction that's not going to be beneficial for the both of you. You were able to then pull him aside, not make a scene in the middle of a target, but pull him aside, have a one-on-one conversation. Babe, I've been looking at this. I've seen this. This is the numbers. These are the outcomes that I'm looking at. And two things. I recommend that you not do that. But number two, if he's going to do it anyway, you are already preparing a fallback plan because the two of you are in this together. The same way if the captain of the ship says, go forward into these mountains, and the other people on the ship are preparing for what happens if we hit one of these mountains, is the same way when you select this man to be the captain of your ship, that you're going to follow his lead, but you're going to prepare for any fallouts that may occur off of his decision-making process. Now, if you have the kind of man that doesn't make the kind of decisions that you would prefer, then you're going to debate with him as to what you're going to do. Because if you don't agree with that, then you're not going to contribute or invest into that decision. That's not going to be a long-lasting relationship because there's going to be a conflict of authority. The fact is that you cannot have two leaders leading in two separate directions. You both, even if you both are leaders, you must agree that one leader must follow the other leader's lead in some situations. Now, that does not mean that women cannot lead men. It just means that as a woman, if you are observing from the back of what all is going on, you are able to see more than what he saw, because just like chess, the queen does not make the first move. Never will you ever see in chess the queen make the first move. She can make the second move if you free the queen, if you release the queen. But the queen does not make a move until the pawns that protect the queen get out of the queen's way first. Which means that if you got the man that you elected to stand in front of you and be the pawn that's going to go down for your situation, he will be sacrificed to the cause, and then you will make a decision based off of what happened to him, leading from the rear. But likewise, in chess, the queen's sole job is to protect the king's position. Whatever the king's position is, the queen's sole job is to protect the king's position. So while you don't make the first move, every move that you do make when you make a move is to protect your king. Now, if your king is always making moves on the board to protect you, and you are always making moves on the board to protect him, you must first see him go out there and get his ass whooped for you so that you can say stop the fight, because he's not going to survive it. But nowhere in there are you going to say, oh, you're not strong enough to fight this fight, I'm going to fight it for you. No. Get in there and fight. But when you come back, I'm going to mend your wounds. I'm going to nurse you back to health. I'm going to help you train. I'm going to give you some strategy so that you don't go down again. And then I'm going to put you back into that fight, and you're going to fight the fight. You're going to win this time. So no, it's not equal. It's not going to be equal authority. But women believe that it should be equal authority because it's her money, and he shouldn't tell her what to do with her money. She should agree to do it. But when I asked you that question before, and I haven't gotten to all of your questions, I'm not going to ignore them. I haven't gotten to them yet. But when the situation is that she's the breadwinner, she's making all the money, he can't tell her what to do with her money. My question is, well, why is it so common these days for a woman to feel like she has the right, because she's the girlfriend or the wife, to tell the man what to do with his money when he's the breadwinner, when he's bringing in the majority of the money and he's contributing to the majority of the success of the relationship? Why does he have to negotiate what he's doing with his resources with someone who's not contributing the same? Now, as you answer some of those questions, I'm going to go down the list here and read off some of the stuff that you've been writing. After you asked that question, you said, I also don't think 100% of what you're saying is wrong, but a majority, yes. And I can understand that. Why doesn't he have a guarantee? So that question I want to answer real quick. The reason why a man does not have a guarantee is because a woman doesn't have to show what she's worth from the first date until men make that a requirement, because historically, generalized statement, men have chased sex, not the value of a woman. So historically, the value of a woman was if she puts out sex during their engagements with the man, not how much money she makes, not how smart she is. She just has to be attractive enough for him to want to have sex with her and willing to have sex with him. With those standards, men are not guaranteed a partner. He's guaranteed a sex partner, not even a monogamous sex partner, just a sex partner. Which leads to one of the other questions and comments that I have from some of the fans on here. But he's not guaranteed that she's going to aid him in being more successful. He's only guaranteed that while she is still there, he might be able to have sex with her if she doesn't have a headache, if her stomach doesn't hurt, if she's not tired, if she's not cramping that day, if she just doesn't feel like it. But throughout that entire a list of complaints, he is not allowed to have sex with anyone else, even if he is yearning for it. He has to have discipline and self-control and wait until she feels like it. So even in that scenario, there's no guarantees. But a woman can determine that if a man makes $40,000 a year, whatever lifestyle that a $40,000 a year man can make, that's what lifestyle she's going to have. She can guarantee that. It's not going to be better than that unless she finds a way to aid him in bringing in more money. That's the difference why she's got a guarantee and he doesn't have a guarantee. Because unless he changes status and starts bringing in more money, work 2 jobs, double his income, the money that he's making, that's all he's going to make. And whatever lifestyle that money can afford, that's the lifestyle she'll have if she's living with him. And if she's not satisfied with that lifestyle, he is not valuable to her. Now, let's go down to another one. Not the air quotes. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to throw them air quotes out there. We didn't make this much when we first met. Of course you didn't make that much when you first met. Again, there are some good women that contribute to their relationships. She will help build him up. He will help build her up. There are some good women that will aid in the success of her man. And if she gets a good man, notice generalizations here. If she gets a good man, she will be able to have a man that will invest in her. Good men see a woman with drive and ambition that has a good idea, that is financially beneficial for the relationship, and they will invest in her. They will invest in her idea. But you don't see women looking at their husbands and saying, he's got a fantastic idea, and she will invest in his idea. That doesn't happen as often. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen as often. You say maybe you're just too good of a woman to understand your examples. Well, truth is, ma'am, we could sit here and we could talk about an ain't shit scenario with a man, and I can be an excellent man and say, oh yeah, that's a shitty behavior to have. But as a woman, women are blind to the understanding that there are some ain't shit women out there doing some very fucked up shit to some really good men. And very rarely will a woman say, you know what, she shouldn't have treated him that way. The women don't even hold other women accountable for embarrassing the women of all kind. But I can guarantee you, I can tell you with wholeheartedness that 19 going on 20 times, Chris Brown set the male gender back by like 40 years. Every time he punched a girl in the face. Because I don't agree with that shit. But a woman can't say that devaluing a man, disrespecting a man, mistreating a man, and ultimately traumatizing a man, leading the man to be damaged goods going back into the dating field is the way to go for the next woman, potentially you, to come across this man, and now you have a damaged man from the last woman. Check your Carfax. How would you feel if every car on the market, no matter how good it looked, was crashed once before? You would be like, nah, fuck that. I ain't buying cars no more. But these women are able to take men, run them into a wall, bring them back to the dealership, and now they're back on the market for the next woman to come and get this man. And some women are willing to put this man back together, and most women are not. So you do not understand the examples that I'm giving you because you may not be this particular type of woman. But truth be told, just like earlier in the show, they had women that were talking about cheating in a relationship. You might not cheat on your man, but would you be okay with your man cheating on you? And then if the answer to that question is no, well, how would you survive your relationship if your man did cheat on you? Would that be the end of it? Would all the years of y'all building up wealth between the two of y'all lead to you saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm out, and start over with another man that might not be as good as the man that you have? Or would you decide, well, I'm going to leave him and then I'm just going to stay single for the rest of my life as a middle-aged woman? the choices that have to be made now. Going on, you say, I don't know any women that act like that. How do you describe? Shoo! You must not be in America. Oh boy. My partner does have past relationship trauma. Right. Most men do. A lot of men have a good way of hiding it, but most men have past, and one of the reasons why men more often than not are going to have okay, you're in the US. I'm glad, because the way you were talking, you talking to me like there are no women out here. Look, men are going to experience this from women that are not of value more often than women are going to observe this amongst their girls, because truth is that the single women are single a lot of the times. The lower valued women, I'm going to be more specific now instead of generalizing it for you, the lower valued women are going to be single more often than they are in a relationship, because they're not worthy of being a girlfriend or a wife. And when a man is a good man, not all men, a good man is trying to find a good woman, he has to weed through all of the bad women, because there are more bad women in the single market than the good women, because the good women are still with their boyfriend or their husband. There are some good women that are still single, never married, or some divorced, some widowed, but they're hard to find because the good women are not in the social atmospheres that bad women are in. Men have to change their priorities, first person accountability, and then look for women in a different area than the common social function areas so that they can find better quality women. Men have to carry themselves better than what they used to carry themselves and not focus on sex being a prize, so that they can pay attention to the attitude and behavior and willingness for a woman to contribute to the man's agenda, in order for that man to know that this woman is going to be willing to contribute to his agenda. Ask the right questions. Know what questions to ask. Know what you're looking for out of that woman beyond sex, beyond cooking and cleaning, to see if she's going to be a good partner. Because let me ask you this question. How many women can say that they dated a man and the man became more successful before she broke up with them and left? How many men started base level blue collar job, 9 to 5, got with the woman, now he's making $200,000 a year, and she left him? More often than not, generalized statement, more often than not, a man does not financially improve his status because of the woman that he gets. But more often than not, a woman's financial status will improve while she's with the man that has that financial status. Which is why the laws are written where if she divorces him, she could take half of that with her. That's where those laws came from. The law is not written where whoever makes the most has to pay. The laws were originally written where if she's not satisfied with her marriage, she leaves him, she can take half of what he's got. It is starting to become nowadays transitioning to a non-gender exclusive benefit where the person with the least amount of resources gets alimony, and whoever has possession of the kids gets child support. But back in the day, more often than not, the man made more money than the woman, even if it's $5,000 more, and then the man would be required to give alimony to the woman after the divorce. So questions. We both would have gotten to where we are now without each other. That's not true. That's not true. Your support in motivating him to keep going, your drive, your ability to work around his schedule, his obligations, and then being able to aid him in addition to that helped him get to where he got. And his ability to do the exact same thing for you is the way that you got where you are. If you would have been dating the kind of man that would have encouraged you to quit working, that would have encouraged you to not put in as much effort into work, you would not be in the same position that you are right now. And you have to understand that you guys supporting each other means that you guys would not have individually made yourselves as successful by yourself as you would have been as a whole. And that's the reason why in a divorce, half is given, because they expect your efforts, even if it's not monetary, to be contributed to the success of the totality of the relationship. So even if you're not bringing money into the relationship, if this man makes $100,000, you're entitled to 50,000 of it, because they assume that you did something in a relationship that did not require money to aid him in his ability to be successful. And you say, well, but the choices we made would get there. The choices that you would have made to get there would have been the same. Yes, but the effort that you had to get there would not have been the same. Because if the two of y'all are living in the same house, y'all got one expense shared. So now if you're doing 50-50, you're both making 80,000. And if you had a 60,000 a year lifestyle, you're both only putting in 30,000, which means you guys have 70,000 apiece. If you were doing it by yourself, you would be putting 60,000 into your $60,000 a year lifestyle, where you would only have 20,000. Your success margin is way different. If you got it from, say you worked in real estate, if he worked in real estate too, your success margin came from both of you buying and selling, not just you. You have twice as much success together that you would have had by yourself. But he is on your level because he is doing the same $80,000 contribution that you would have been able to do by yourself. He's not $160,000 taking care of all of your $80,000 needs, and you're making $80,000 and keeping it in your back pocket in case of a rainy day. That is not on your level. That is above your level. His $80,000 income is equivalent to your $80,000 income, which means that what you can do for yourself, he is now able to voluntarily do for you, which means that you're not going to get above an $80,000 lifestyle out of him unless you decide to contribute your $80,000 into it and y'all live on the top half of a $150,000 lifestyle. But if you were going to be reasonable about your income and probably cap it off at 70,000, and you're putting up 35 and he's putting up 35, you both still got 45,000. So that means that any investments in yourself, any investments in the businesses that you guys are working in, any education that you guys had to pay for, any building of credit that you guys were trying to do, any investments in stocks and bonds and mutualities, other real estate, other properties that y'all got going on, came from the extra money you didn't have to spend on your own personal overhead. So you didn't become successful by yourself. You became successful because of him. You are probably one of very few women that could contribute to a man's success, because instead of you weighing him down, you contributed and then motivated him to be more successful. There aren't a lot of women in America that do that. More often than not, they're expecting him to bring it all. More often than not, they're not only expecting him to bring it all, even if she brings some to the table, they expect him to spend his money on them. And she keeps her money for her. And generalized statement, that is the most common experience that men have. I'm not going to tell you to go ask some other men because you got a boyfriend. Ask him to ask some of his male friends. They'll tell you. You're also going to have this experience that, right. So the fact is that because you see what I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying. When I start generalizing a statement about the good men needing to be treated better by women the same way, look, I'm going to make a generalized statement. Like I told you about the men in Hong Kong. The reason why the women in Hong Kong want the men in Hong Kong to provide aid to the women in Hong Kong is because the men in Hong Kong are required to go and enlist at a young age. Generally do their 1 to 2 year tour, whatever the case may be, before they do anything else. Now, because of that, most of the men have CPR training. Because of that, most of the men, even if they're not paramedics, if they're on the scene, they would be ideally expected to be first responders, even if they're not in the medical field. So if a woman faints, if a woman passes out for any reason or has a heat stroke or a heart attack or whatever the case may be, she falls to the ground. The women expect the man to resuscitate the women so that the women have a higher success rate of survival. Now, also, maybe because he's not attractive, whatever the case may be, if a man has to produce CPR, he has to put his mouth on her mouth, because no man walks around with a CPR kit. No man walks around with a little oxygen bag. No man walks around with a little defibrillator thing. And then he's going to have to put his hands on her chest in order to do the compressions. Those two actions will get him sued, because he's touching her chest and because his mouth touched her mouth to bring her back to life. She did not consent to that contact because she was unconscious. But now that she's alive, she can sue him and get money for it. Generalized statement. So men will watch a woman hit the ground and call 911 instead of trying to save her, because it'll be the responsibility of the medical field. Yes, ma'am, that did happen. And it happens a lot. In the United States, we actually have good Samaritan laws and good faith laws that in some situations, do those air quotes again, protect people when they're trying to do a good deed. But it is not in all 50 states. So in some states, and I can't remember which ones they are, if you break somebody's car window and pull them out of their car and resuscitate them because they passed out in their car, you see vomit on their mouth, or they had something going on in their car and passed out in their car. When they are brought back to life and they get out of the hospital, the first thing they can do is sue you for breaking their car window. The chest compressions that you do with CPR, if you're doing CPR correctly, you're going to break 2 or 3 ribs. You sue them for the medical bills because they broke your ribs. There are situations where people are drowning. Some people actually get sued because they didn't go back and get the other person. Matter of fact, here in America, somebody who's breaking into your house, you guys, you and your husband got or boyfriend got $180,000 a year together, so y'all might have the kind of house that's got a skylight in it. That's a glass area of the ceiling. Somebody decides to walk across your ceiling, falls through the glass because they were trying to find a way to shimmy down your chimney like Santa Claus and rob you, but they fell through the glass, fell on your kitchen, broke their back. It has happened in this country where the robber sued the homeowner because he got injured while trying to rob the homeowner and got paid for it. Men are expected to put their lives on the line for strangers. Women are not expected to put their lives on the line for strangers. And the fact is that while men are required to put their lives on the line for strangers, if the man makes a choice that gets somebody hurt or gets somebody killed, that man is required to go to jail for his decision while protecting somebody else, unless it can be uniformly determined that it was self-defense of somebody else. Now, that most men in this country are not respected by women uniformly because that is not their man. But ma'am, if you were in a bank and that bank was being robbed and shots were being fired, you would probably see a man dive on top of you before you see a woman dive on top of you. You can say that that's a sexist statement, and I respect that. You will see a man get shot up to save a lot of other people more often than you will see a woman get shot up. I do think that is a double standard. I do think that is a double standard, and I do believe that is the wrong mentality for an egalitarian. I'm throwing up those air quotes again. An egalitarian or equality society to be in, and it's not really an egalitarian or equality style society between both genders. Women call it equality, and women call it the egalitarian society. Men just do what they're told and follow instructions, because if men don't do what men are expected to be done as men, their gender is challenged. If you are not following the stereotypical expectations of a masculine man, you are considered from women and sometimes men alike as not being a man. But a woman, no woman has to do what women are expected to do from anyone, women or men, and are still considered Women. Yes, what I am speaking of is feminism, but what you have to understand is that feminism dominates the culture right now. Feminist mentality dominates the culture right now. Even in this conversation, even if it's accidental, feminism is going to interfere with the ability for the both of us to say, yep, that happens and that's fucked up. Why? Because it is, the balance is not there because of the feminism. The equality behind what I'm expected to do should be the exact same thing that you are expected to do is not there because of feminism. So because men have expectations that women don't have, the women and men are not going to be equal. The women want to be treated equally, but there are things that women are not willing to do because they're women. Because of feminism and social norms, not just because of feminism or social norms, because social norms is going to be the entire society. And the entire society has expectations towards men. And that's why men cannot be multifaceted. But feminism has expectations that are exclusive to the benefits of women, even if it is not uniformed expectations. So some women believe that men should take out trash because it's a man's job, but women believe that women should get paid the same amount of money as men. Well, if you are working in a restaurant with a man and you're saying that a man should take out the trash because he's a man, then a man should get paid more than you, because if he's required to take out the trash and you're not required to take out the trash and you guys got the same job title, then you should not be making the same amount of money as him if he's doing more work. Women will only say, so you're saying that feminism would say that double standards is wrong, and that is half true. Feminism would say that the double standard is wrong when it doesn't benefit women. Feminism would dictate that there is no problem when the double standard happens to men. Feminism would not be able to rationalize why the double standard is not favorable to men. Feminism would then try to justify and rationalize why it is supposed to be beneficial for women. Some feminist standpoints may even try to take a biblical stance and say, oh, it was written that way in the Bible. But the Bible even dictated that the woman was supposed to be a partner to the man. So if she's supposed to be a partner to a man is supposed to be helpful. And if you're supposed to be helpful, then that does not necessarily mean that you are supposed to be his authority. So in which area of the Bible did the women become in charge of the man and the man's resources? But feminism would dictate that it's the man's responsibility to pay for everything. Feminism would dictate that the man's responsibility to get his ass whooped for the sake of her. Feminism would dictate that some women don't even want a man to be jealous when she's with another man. You're going to say that's not feminism. I got to disagree with you on that. Because the feminist mindset is not going to be unilateral. Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you that is not feminism. Okay, so let me restate that. The statements that I'm making is not feminism, but that's the feminist perspective that feminists are going to take. It's inequality in general. It's not just, oh, it's right or wrong, good or bad. They're going to come up with these particular arguments. They're going to go down these straw man avenues to try to justify how women are supposed to be idolized and worshipped and put on pedestals, but the men are not supposed to get the exact same treatment. Yes, there are. It actually, feminism is worse than politics. You're saying just like politics. No, feminism is worse than politics. The difference between politics and feminism is that politics you can make sense of. You don't have to agree with politics, but politics you can make sense of. Take that Project 2025. They're going to do stuff to undo all of the laws that they supported gays with, talking about some whatever their argument is about gay people, but their argument about promoting gay pride throughout all of television. does make sense. I don't 100% agree with it, but when I'm sitting here just today watching Netflix, I watched 4 seasons, not at one time, but I have watched over the past week 4 seasons of Van Helsing on Netflix. And there are 3 homosexual relationships out of the 4 relationships in the 3 seasons that I've watched. They promoted interracial relationship each time. And I'm sitting here thinking, why do you got to push it so hard? Flip to the cartoon. They did the same thing there. Flip to the other thing. So I'm not saying that it's wrong, but follow me now. Project 2025 says that they're going to go against some of these big movie people that are pushing this stuff. I'm thinking that's not going to benefit the fucking country, but that's what they're pushing. Excuse me. Keep with me, because this is going to start making sense how politics makes sense. Now, the other thing that they're going to do, they're going to get rid of porn. They're going to illegalize porn. So that means that you can't pay for porn anymore. So OnlyFans will end up going out of business because you're not going to be able to sell sex on the internet anymore. Now, they say that, over sexualizing yourselves is destimulating the economy and all this other stuff. Okay, makes sense. I can't say that I agree with it, but I mean, it's not going to benefit me because I'm not paying for porn. I'm doing a live podcast. But they say, let's illegalize this. And then when you think about it, hold on, there's a market out there for a demand for sexual attention, probably because the men are not receiving the sexual attention that they need in their house. Now, whether it's because they're single men or because they're in relationships with women that are not meeting their desires, whether the man has an over expectation of sexual desire or the woman just doesn't feel like doing it, doesn't change the fact that the lack of sexual attention that men are getting in their relationships and as single men is going to be met by this demand of getting paid for sexual attention to men. Now, their Project 2025 going to put a stop to that. Now, follow me even further. The next thing they're going to do is they're going to 2 tax brackets, 15% for everybody under 160,000 a year. So you and your husband together being a joint income of 160,000 a year, you are almost there. You guys need to work together and make 170,000, because everybody over 168,000 a year is going to be in a different tax bracket. So and make yourselves a business, because if you guys are a C corporation, you only get 20% taxes as opposed to the 30% taxes for everybody that's in the 168,000 a year range. But just wanted to throw that out there. But the 2 tax brackets, then they're going to do away with the deductions for the local and state tax. So even though you're only paying 15%, it's guaranteed 15%. You're not going to get any deductions. Like back in the day, you had the tier system, 15, 20, 25, but that tier system is going to now have a flat rate with no city and state deductions. You used to get city and state deductions. The next thing they're going to do is do away with your ability to get second tier student loans. So once you get your bachelor's degree, there are no student loans after that. You got to go get privatized loans. There's no government loans. They're not doing loan forgiveness. They're going to make you pay full price. They're doing away with the extra Social Security. It's going to be harder for you to get Social Security. They're putting a stop to the welfare system. They're gonna bottleneck it to where if you're physically capable of going to work, they're going to make you go to work. And that they $2 a benefit to $1 you make, they're going to reduce your benefits until you don't have any benefits. So the more you work, the less money they give you. They're forcing you to pay for yourself, and you're still paying this 15% into the government, where the government is not giving you the benefits the way they used to. This does not affect the cross the board disabled, and this does not affect cross the board the veterans, but every able-bodied person is going to have to fend for themselves. Medicaid and Medicare is going to guaranteedly be privatized, so you got to pay for it out of your pocket. And research has shown that Medicaid and Medicare, the Plan C and Plan D, is upward of $750 a month for base level medical treatment. You're going to have to start paying for that out of pocket, where the government used to pay for it for you. Now, they're saying do this, fix the deficit. Those changes in social groups between what they're doing with the gay people and what they're doing with porn has shit to do with finance. See what I'm saying? But they threw that in there, and that it's like they're on that rampage. Now, politics on the other side, the Democratic side, guess what the Democrats are doing? The Democrats are saying, well, we're going to make it easier for abortion, and we're going to aid with helping Mexicans find jobs in Mexico so that we can deport them at the US dollar expense. And we're then going to turn around and actually put a law out there where hidden fees are no, I'm throwing up those air quotes again, as hidden fees are no longer impacting the general population. You switched to Twitch, but it didn't work. Okay, we have the show is still running live on Twitch. So, I mean, if you ended up on Twitch, you would see us. And we are live on YouTube. And if you click that link, it'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. You can subscribe to us on YouTube and watch us on YouTube. And you would be on the other side of this podcast. And in that situation, from the YouTube side of things, your comments end up actually on the screen because Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, majority of the appropriate comments are ended up displayed on the screen. But because TikTok is separate, because I haven't gotten my stream key yet, I got two windows here. But what I was saying while you were gone, I was explaining about the conservative attack on the homosexual parties, the conservative attack on pornography, where they're going to illegalize pornography. I was talking about how they got the two tax brackets where everybody under 168,000 is going to be making is going to have to pay a flat rate 15%. Everybody over 168,000 is going to have a flat rate 30%. They're going to do away with the local city and state tax deductions, where you're going to have to pay that guaranteed tax deduction. That's all the stuff that they're working on. And then they're also going to be giving massive tax deductions to quote unquote high earners. I'm throwing up those air quotes again. So people who are investing in stocks, bonds, mutualities, Bitcoin, real estate, they got tax deductions. But people who work a W-2 job at a Wells Fargo or a Metro PCS or something like that, and they're making a bunch of money, that there aren't as many tax deductions for them. They're going to do away with the second tier loans. Like I was saying while you were gone, they're going to do away with the loan forgiveness. They're going to do away with the accessibility to Social Security, disability. They're going to do away with the TANF option to get into the welfare program and receive food assistance through TANF. They're going to do away with that as well. You're going to have to be uniformly disabled in order to get benefits from them. Then they're not affecting the straight up disabled, and they're not affecting the straight up veterans disability. But everybody else that's able-bodied people, they're going to have to get out and work and then pay taxes on it, uniformly speaking, which is going to affect 99% of the population. The 1% are all C corporations, and those guys are getting tax write-offs out the ass. The rest of us got to pay standard rate. And then while the rest of us are paying standard rate, they're saying that they're going to do I think it's like 13.8% for the higher earners, the people that are making all that money in stocks and bonds and stuff. And what else they were going to be doing? They're doing away with the second tier loan after the bachelor's degree. And then they're going to make you pay full price for Medicaid and Medicare, which is about $750 a month, because they're privatizing that. So it's not going to be free from the government anymore. So health insurance is going to cost you no matter what you do. Now, all of that is happening from the political side of the conservatives. And then the Democratic side says, well, we're going to do more for abortion so that you can get abortion without consulting with the father. We're going to do more helping immigrants find jobs in Mexico. We're not going to do more for Americans to find jobs in America. They still have the refugee situation where the people can come to America without an invitation and get refugee housing. But Americans who were born and raised in this country are sleeping on the concrete and then put in jail for sleeping on the concrete. Then they're going to help those Mexicans find jobs instead of helping homeless Americans find jobs. And then they're going to pay to send those Mexicans back to Mexico, even though they're not going to put up forth effort to get Americans jobs in America. Then they're going to next step. They're going to do this war against, here I'm throwing up those air quotes, hidden fees for airlines and hotels and stuff to that. I don't know how the fuck that negatively impacts you and I, because I know that if I touch that minibar, I'm paying for everything in the minibar. So if I don't plan on cleaning out that minibar, I ain't opening the minibar. But hidden fees, they want you to hidden fees. You pay the cost. So you pay for convenience. So if you want that cell phone bill, and that cell phone bill is $350 a month, if you're using everything on that cell phone, then pay for it. If you don't want to pay for it, then that's you. But the politics behind that makes sense. You understand the concept of abortion. You understand why they're going to give the women the ability to do what they want to do with their bodies, but they won't make it make sense as to why a man has no say as to whether or not he wants to take the financial responsibility for that child if the child is born. The man doesn't have a choice. The woman chooses whether or not the child lives, and then if the child lives, the man is put on child support if the father is identified. But if the man wants the child and the woman doesn't want the child, she doesn't have the obligation to give birth to the child and give it to the man and sign her rights away. He has to pay child support for the child or sign his rights away if she wants the child, and he has to lose his child if she doesn't want to have the child because it's her body. Now, with that being said, back to our feminist concept. Feminism doesn't make sense. Feminism doesn't make sense at all because it's subjectively favoritism to the individual group that's setting the standards. Uniformism, which is what I go off of on this podcast on a regular basis, I make it make sense, and I make it make sense on a regular basis because uniformly speaking, if this is what you expect me to do, I should be expecting the same of you. This, for those of you that come from a biblical perspective, you can find uniformity in Exodus. You can find uniformity in Corinthians 1 through 31. How you treat me is how I'm supposed to treat you. Treat your neighbor how you expect them to treat you. Behave to others as you expect others to behave to you. I can word it in many different ways, but uniformism, you can see that in the Quran. For those of you that aren't Catholics and Christians, if you got the Quran, it's the same thing. Taking care of thy neighbor the way you want thy neighbor to take care of you. In your relationship, ladies, the way you want your man to cater to you, you are supposed to cater to him. But feminism dictates that women are supposed to be pampered and men are supposed to grind. Men are not supposed to be pampered. If men are pampered the way women are pampered, then that's misogyny. If a man dictates terms as to how you can be cooperative, that's oppressive. Feminism makes no sense, but politics can make sense. You can look at the policies and say, I don't agree with that. That doesn't make sense at all. But you can't look at feminism and say, you know what? That concept makes sense. So she says, so she switched over to YouTube, y'all. I appreciate her sliding on over to YouTube. So she's talking about mentioning politics got us so far from feminism. No, when I talk about on this, that, and everything in between, we talk about everything, this, that, and everything in between. But I'm not going to actually just stray away from the topic altogether. I always redirect it back to the topic. But when you were telling me how politics and feminism both don't make sense, I'm letting you know that no, feminism does not make sense. But you can make sense out of politics. Now, you're telling me that's not what feminism is. Now, you can give me a clearer understanding since you're here on the YouTube side of things. You can give me a clearer understanding what feminism is. That way, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, everybody can see feminism here. So you agree with my definition of, yes, universalism or uniformism. It sounds like my understanding of feminism, but with a different name. No. Feminism and uniformism are not the same. Feminism and uniformism are not the same. Feminism is a woman's desire to be considered equal without actually having the accountability and responsibilities of being equal. Women want to be equal in the workforce and incorporate that into all decision-making processes across the board. However, women still believe with the feminist mindset that men still have their masculine requirements. Feminism is not uniform, where women are going to date down. Men that don't make as much money as women have equal authority in the relationship. Women believe that if a man does not make the same amount of money as her or more, he is not valuable to her. But a woman is allowed to not be financially valuable to a man. Feminism adds another layer as it highlights and looks through the lens of gender in our society. Yes, that is true. But feminism adds a bias layer, a gender bias layer. And that's the problem that I talk about on the podcast, is the fact that the expectations of me is not allowed to be the same expectations from me. But from a masculine perspective, if I expect you to perform a certain way, I'm supposed to perform the same way. If I expect you to dress a certain way, to behave a certain way, to respect me and yourself and our relationship a certain way, I'm supposed to do the same thing. So a man can't tell a woman feminism. A man cannot tell a woman how to dress. A woman can dress sexually attractive while dating a man, while in a committed relationship with a man. But women do not understand, feminism does not understand that when you are attracting other men while you are dating this man, you are not respecting yourself or your relationship with this man because you are advertising that you are still available. Women are not going to say that. Women are going to say feminism, that it's my body and I should be able to dress how I want. I should be able to look how I want. To a magnitude, when you are in a relationship, it is not about you. It is about y'all. So you are supposed to represent you are taken, which means the tight skirts disappear, which means the short skirts and low tops disappear, which means the extra cleavage is gone, which means the tight clothes that's showing the print is supposed to be gone. You're not supposed to be wearing that anyway, but if you're wearing that, you are overly advertising your sexuality, which is going to attract negative sexual attention. If you can formulate a positive relationship after that, you are now in a situation where your positive relationship is going to demand that you are no longer overly sexualized and you're overly advertising your sexuality. Women feel like they should be able to do that regardless. But do you believe that your boyfriend or your husband should be able to go out there acting like he's not married, take off his wedding ring and go out there and hang out with the fellas and don't even mention his wife? Most women would say no. He should be promoting the fact that he has a girlfriend and promoting the fact that he has a wife. If a woman at a Walmart asks him to get something off of the top shelf, he's supposed to remind that woman that he's got a girlfriend. Women are able to allow themselves to be hit on by guys, go out to girls' night hanging out with the ladies and allow men to buy drinks for them. Women are feel like they should be able to do whatever it is that they want to do and assume that it is not negatively impacting the respect towards their boyfriend or their husband. That's not true. If a man is not allowed to talk to another woman because he's in a relationship with a woman, then a woman is not allowed to talk to another man because she's in a relationship with a man. That's uniformism. Feminism is not going to say that. Feminism is going to say that women are able to have work husbands, male friends in the friend zone. But a man is not allowed to have a ex-girlfriend as a friend, or a friends with benefits, a female fuck buddy that he used to have relations with that he still communicates with. That's not acceptable. But the woman can have that. The woman can have a Rolodex of 100 guys on her phone, and there's no problem there. But a woman goes through a man's phone and makes sure that no contact in there is a female that is not related to him. He must delete them all. He must purge his contact list of other females. Women talk about male insecurity so much, but women do not talk about female insecurity. Women justify female insecurity by saying, well, I should have a right to protect my position in my relationship. Women protect their female insecurity by saying, he should have more respect for me than that. But a man can't say the same thing. So the question is, I think men can have women as friends, and I can men as friends. It's about the foundation of our relationship and the trust that we build. That is partially true as far as my perspective. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that's partially true from my perspective. I believe that you can have couple friends. I believe that if you have a childhood friend that you grew up with, that you still associate with as an adult. That's like family to you. Strictly platonic relationship. That's fine. But what I don't believe is that you are capable of making new emotional bonds after you have established an emotional bond with somebody that is supposed to be your life partner. Because the same way women are emotional and men are physical. The same way a man having a sexual relationship with another woman is inappropriate is the same way as a woman forming an emotional attachment with another person in a relationship is inappropriate. So if those non sexual friends, strictly platonic friendship existed years and decades before your relationship, and they're strictly platonic, and that is a foundational relationship that is set between you and them, that you guys will never intermingle in a romantic fashion. But truth be told, if you have male friends, they're just waiting on their shot. And the moment that you and your boyfriend starts getting rocky, that male friend is going to take a chance. And that vulnerability is going to be an excuse when you cheat on your boyfriend. But men do not readily keep females in the friend zone, because men are looking for partners, wives, and procreation for lineages. So if he's not attracted to her, he's not around her. So you say you hate that separation of men and women. Men and women are both emotional and physical. No, I separate them the same way logic dictates that it's separated, because while women and men both have emotional and physical needs, men seek emotional attachment. I mean, men seek physical attachment more than women seek physical attachment. A woman can go 6 months to a year, 2 years, 3 years without sex. A woman can go 5, 10 years without sex. A woman will be satisfied with the emotional validation that she gets, the time that she spends with the people that she's around. Men, no. Men got to be sleeping with somebody somewhere, whether it's you or somebody else. Women are not sitting over here saying, well, I'm going to have to get out there. I got to go find mine. A woman can find an emotional attachment and be satisfied with that emotional attachment. Men are not finding an emotional attachment and being satisfied with that. So while you hate that, that is a fact, that men are physical, that men seek physical. Men don't historically go and get women to be friends with them. Men go and get women to have sex with them. Men go and get women that they're going to turn into girlfriends that they're going to have consistent sex with. Men are going to get with women and turn them into wives that they're going to have consistent sex with. Men are going to have sex with women to have children. Men that want children are going to try to have more sex with the women that they're not having children with because they want to have children. But men are not going to say, oh, I'm good with us just being friends. The consolation prize of being friends, there go those air quotes again, the consolation prize of us being friends is the friend zone, because she doesn't want him, but he wants her. But how many times do you see a woman in the friend zone where she wants him and he don't want her? And there's no sex involved. She's the mistress where he's sleeping with her and he's got a wife. But there's no platonic friendship between men and women where the woman wants the man, but the man doesn't want the woman. Unless she's extremely ugly to him. Beyond that, where there's no sexual attraction from him to her, truth is, there is no universal standard between men and women. And he said, there is more to building relationships between humans than just sex. No, there is way more building in relationships to humans than just sex. And that's one of the reasons why the mentality of men have to be changed. So when I talk on the show about what needs to be changed, I don't talk on the show about how women need to do better about how they treat their men. I'm saying men, good men, deserve to be treated better. And uniformly speaking, as long as the expectation in our society for men to get out there and play captain save them to strangers, that good men or men that are willing to play captain save them to strangers should be treated like firefighters. They should be given uniformed respect, mutual respect, until they do something that is deemed disrespectful. That men should be the same way, the chivalry from men to open doors and pull out chairs for women, the mutual respect from women towards men, where men are being respected. Yes, sir. No, sir. And good morning. You look sharp today. Stuff to that effect should just uniformly happen. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you for stopping that bus for me. You know, I really appreciate you for opening that door for me. Like you did a great job on busting your ass today at work. Like that kind of stuff needs to happen, and it doesn't. I actually talked to some women in Hong Kong, and I also talked to some women in America where they tell me that they can definitely tell their boyfriend when their boyfriend fucks up, but they forget to tell their boyfriend or their husband when their boyfriend or their husband's doing a great job. Now, fact is that women fish for compliments by asking their boyfriend, do I look fat? Are you only with me because I'm pretty? You know, do you think I'm ugly? You know, the women fish for compliments. Men don't fish for compliments. Men just do shit. But the more shit that they do, the less often that a woman says, oh, I really appreciate that you did that. You did a great job fixing the gutter. You did a great job patching the roof. You did a great job fixing the car. You did a good job unclogging the dishwasher. Thank you for getting my ring out of the garbage disposal without cutting your hand off. But a woman will damn sure say when you fucked up the money. She will damn sure let you know when you broke the car. She will damn sure make sure that you don't forget that you put a hole in the wall, whether it was on purpose or by accident. She will point out when you make mistakes. Relationships should not just be about sex, but men have historically made it about sex. Trophy wives were not trophy wives because the women were valuable to the men. Trophy wives were trophy wives because they were attractive and everybody wanted to sleep with her, and he was the only one that got to sleep with her. Good women were never identified as trophy wives. Good women were the backbone to good men. Behind every strong man is a strong woman. Trophy wives serve no purpose but to be idolized by everybody that you got her. But what value is that trophy? Besides looking at it, she don't do shit. You've got housekeepers, you've got nannies, you've got chauffeurs, you've got accountants. She's just there, spending the money, letting you sleep with her, look attractive. She doesn't embarrass you in public. You keep up appearances in front of the media. Trophy wife. But behind closed doors, y'all sleep in separate rooms. Y'all almost don't even like each other. Trophy wife. But a good woman, a good wife, a good partner, she the reason why he's successful is because of the effort that she put into him. Not just the money. So if men change their mentality, first person accountability, and stop chasing sex and start chasing a higher value woman is going to bring more to the table than just a pretty face and some sex. But the expectations between men and women are not going to be the same, because a man's expectations is going to be sexual connection and a woman's expectations is going to be money and physical connection. Which is why emotional connection, which is why a woman can have an emotional attachment to a man in a friend zone, accept whatever resources that he offers her, and find validation. Man is going to want sex. A man is going to want sex to the magnitude that he will pay for sex. So you cannot say that women are equally willing to pay for sex from men, that men are willing to pay for sex from women just to get the sex. So men are physical, primarily, generalizing. Women are emotional, primarily, generalizing, because their interests are different. Women are not as interested as lifelong sex partners. But you put a man in a scenario where he's got 7 sex partners that is going to live in the same house with him and not bitch about that. Look, you're talking about dreams being created there. A woman just wants to be stable. Don't even need to have sex in that equation. So the next statement that you said, you don't think that men are more complex than that. You don't believe that men are capable of thinking and making decisions based on a higher level of understanding and reasoning that just the physical. Yes, I believe that men of higher value that hold themselves to a higher standard are going to think about more than just sex. But men with less values are not going to think about more than just sex. Which is one of the reasons why, if you consider yourself, because it's going to be self-ascribed, if you consider yourself a good man, because think about it. You ask a man how does he rate himself? Not all men are going to rate themselves as 10s. Men are going to recognize that they might be 5s or 6. They might rate themselves based on their appearance as well as their financial status and say, well, I might be reasonably attractive like a 7 or an 8, but my financial status might put me at like a 4 or 5. So on average, I might be a 6 all the way around. A woman is going to say that regardless of how negative her behavior is, no matter how much bitch tendency she may have, no matter how much she degrades and devalues a man, she's going to say that she's a 10. No matter how much she could give 2 shits about his agenda and what he values, that he's going to accept her for who she is. And she doesn't give a shit about that, but she's a 10. She's perfect. She doesn't need to change. Men understand that they are fallible. Men understand that they need to change and they need to improve. So the beginning half of the relationship, the man continuously asks the woman, what does she like? What does she want? Where does she want to go? What makes her happy? What makes her sad? What makes her angry? What? But think about the women on the opposite side. Don't tell me what. Don't tell me what. I'm not going to ask, and don't tell me what. You get what I give you. Men focus on a woman's satisfaction. Women don't focus on a man's satisfaction. But in line with your question, I'm telling men these days that we need to change our mentality from, for those of us that are good men that are not chasing sex as the end goal, for those of us that are looking for long-term companionships and long-term partners, the end goal, I'm telling you, is that focusing on achieving sex in the beginning, starting off a romantic relationship just based off of sex, or starting off a long-term relationship based on sex and romance without actually paying attention to the core values, is going to be problematic to the short-term relationship, which is why statistically the average relationship is lasting 2 years and 9 months, and sometimes 6 months to 2 years and 9 months, and then it's falling apart because they're not paying attention to the right thing. Sometimes it's not that the other person was wrong or bad. Sometimes your expectations were incorrect towards your goals and your achievements, which is why women have a type. But the man that is right for her might not be her type. Some women say that they've been married to a man for 10, 15, 20 years. He's not her type, but he's a right one for her. But women will turn away a man because he's not her type. She might be into that thug look. He might be in a 3-piece suit. She might turn him away because she's not into men that's in a 3-piece suit. But this man in a 3-piece suit got a job on Wall Street. She'll talk to him if he pulls up in a Porsche, but she won't talk to him if he walks up and says hello. If she's looking to be taken care of, she shouldn't be looking at how much money he has, because he can have a bunch of money and not spend $1 on her. He should be looking at how much he caters to her needs. And when I talk about catering to her needs, if he makes sure that you don't hit your head on the table when you go to bend over, if you drop something and he picks it up for you, if you say your feet hurt and he pulls shoes out of thin air and gives you sneakers to put on your feet so that you don't have to walk barefoot and you don't have to wear those heels, he cares about your well-being. He's bringing an umbrella so that you don't get wet. He's covering you with his coat so that you're not cold. He's getting splashed with the water when y'all walk past water puddles. He's going to get the car in the rain so that you don't get wet. He's showing you that you're valuable through his actions and his effort, not his money. Women don't look for that. Women want to know how much money you make so that they can know how much of it they can spend. And yes, I'm generalizing that, but truth is, across the board, there are very few women that are going to go find a man because he treats her special and he be broken homeless. He must have a good income as well. His character is irrelevant if his financial status is not satisfactory. But her character is all she's got, because her financial status is irrelevant, because no man is getting rich off of a woman. Outside of pimps who abuse women, men that abuse women and sell them for sex, no man is getting into a committed relationship with a woman because she's got money. So you're saying that I'm talking about lower value women again and mapping it onto all women. No, I am not talking about lower value women and mapping them onto all women. Because what you have to understand is that when you're talking about, okay, so if I came from a perspective of a higher value woman, a good woman. And then I talked about the difference between a woman that should be respected and valued and appreciated by her man versus the kind of man that talks to her like shit, that treats her like crap, beats on her, cheats on her with other women, doesn't take care of his kids. Would I then be mapping a low valued man onto all other men? Or would I be really setting a standard that if you're a really good woman and you're going to take great care of your man, that you deserve the type of man that will value you, appreciate you, and motivate you and inspire you and not mistreat you? It's not mapping it just because I'm saying that if you set a standard on one side of the fence, that the other side of the fence must match. How do you find a match without recognizing what doesn't match? You're going to say that, well, if this doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You're going to tell me that I'm mapping all of the defects onto the whole product line. That's not the case. One bad apple doesn't mean the whole batch is bad, but you have to be able to determine which ones are moldy and which ones are not. You have 1,000 apples in a bucket and 2 of them got mold on it. Do you throw away the whole bucket, or do you just throw away those 2? Now, if you throw away the whole bucket, then you're mapping the whole thing out and saying, oh, all women are garbage because a select few are bad. That's like saying all police are corrupt just because a few of them make bad choices. Not all of them are, not even the ones that make bad choices are bad. They just make very shitty choices that negatively impact the day-to-day person. That ain't even the corrupt ones. The corrupt ones typically don't make bad choices that negatively impacts the day-to-day person. The corrupt ones literally are fucking over the drug dealers and the crime lords. They're not fucking over the day-to-day person. The day-to-day person is typically getting fucked over by the one that makes the bad choice and then tries to cover it up. The one who had good intentions and poor judgment skills. They're not bad cops. They're just not taught how to make sound decisions. They're taught how to catch the person. They're taught how to trick the person into turning themselves in. They're taught how to close the case. They're not taught how to treat people. They're not taught that people are innocent until proven guilty. They're taught that everybody's guilty for something. You just got to figure out what it is. So now everybody's treated like a criminal. But if you're not a criminal and you're treated like a criminal, does that mentality mean that everybody in society is criminals? No, some people are in fact criminals, but not everybody's a criminal. So why should everybody be treated like one? Why should everybody be slammed on a car? Why should everybody be thrown in handcuffs where they're handcuffed behind their back when policy and procedure dictates that unless you are a violent criminal, that you're supposed to be handcuffed in front? Did you know that? Did you know that if you are not a violent criminal doesn't mean that you're in possession of a firearm? A violent criminal means that you have a history of violence or you're currently being violent right now. That means in those situations alone are you required to have your hands cuffed behind your back. Every other situation where there's no proof of a history of violence and you are currently cooperating with law enforcement, if they require handcuffs, you're supposed to be handcuffed in front. Did you know that the only people that are handcuffed in front are rich people and politicians? The average 99% of Americans, even if it's a misunderstanding, even if you've got a spinal injury and you tell them that you have a spinal injury, they're going to force your hands behind your back and they're going to handcuff you until they figure out what the fuck happened. And if they tell you, I'm sorry for how they treated you, that's the best that you're going to get. Now, does that mean that all police are bad? And does that mean that they should be following policy and procedure? Because likewise, uniformity, I'm going to get back on this with feminism. I'm going to get back on this with how men and women are treated. If I point out one scenario that doesn't make sense, it doesn't apply to everybody, but the people that it does apply to, if that shoe fits, you got to wear it. You got to recognize that if I'm telling you something that sounds fucked up and you know somebody who does this, or if you don't know somebody who's done this, you've been through social media, you've been on at least 3 different social media platforms already. If you've seen this fucked up behavior before, you recognize like, yep, that happens. I don't agree with it, but it happens. Does that mean that everybody does it? Take, for example, you wasn't on the show when it happened, but we were talking about it on the show before. Louisiana's passing this law to castrate people who've gotten a sex offender charge. They're castrating everybody, men and women alike. talking about, oh, it's going to stop them from doing it again. Your mentality is not, nobody's going to get pregnant if they cut your junk off, but your mentality is not going to change because you cut off their genitals. But the funny thing is that I thought, and I'm saying that it's funny, but it's not funny. It's just interesting. And I just use a statement, the funny thing is. And the reason why I'm saying the funny thing is because some people would laugh at the fact that, well, if you were 16 and you got caught with a 15-year-old, you did your time. You're on the registry now. They just passed this law. You're 42. They're coming to your house and they're cutting off your junk because that's what the law dictates. Does that make sense? You've turned your life around. You learned from your mistakes. You wasn't somebody who, they're not saying, oh, specifically the ones that are going after women and children. They're not talking about the ones that are specifically attacking people in bathrooms and holding them hostage in a basement. They're just saying if you get put on this registry after you have served your time, and this is the part that made me the most concerned, after you have served your time, they come back and cut your genitalia off. So women are getting hysterectomies and men are getting vasectomies because you're on this list. So if you served your time 20 years ago, they're coming back and cutting your stuff off. Do you think that's fair? There's no room for redemption. You just made a wrong choice at a young age. And now you yourself can't have children and teach them to do better. When we talk about these things on the podcast, when we talk about uniformity, when we talk about linear behavior, when we talk about the positive and negatives of society, yeah, that's disgusting. It is. It's. I think it's extreme. I believe that depending on the magnitude of the case, if it's a situation where it's like a 30, 40-year-old man and a 5-year-old or something like that, yeah, go ahead, torture them. But I also believe that when you have to understand, to get put on this list, right? Now, hold on. Let me keep up with what state? Louisiana saying that the government should never have the ability to do something like that. Yeah, that and I'm glad that you said that because that's the first thing that I said. But you know who passed that law? You're going to be shocked. The female government. The male version of this government thought that was extreme. The female version of the Louisiana government said, cut their dicks off. I was like, no. Like, what? I'm glad I moved out of that state. They said, these women said, cut their dicks off. And this is fact. I'm not making this up. You go look at it in the news. You can look at YouTube's got a few of them on there. Look at Louisiana State castration, sex offenders, and you'll see the article about it. You'll see the YouTube video about it. You'll see the CNN story about it. The female government voted to cut the men's dicks off, and it ultimately it ended up with castration, and then they uniformly said, well, the women will get it too. But this is also the kind of charge that mostly happens with men, because women hold control over consent more often than not. So if the woman doesn't consent, the man gets put on a registry. If the woman is under the age of 18, the man can still get put on the registry. So if he's 18 and she's 17, he can get put on the registry. If he's 17 and she's 16, he could get put on the registry. If he's 16 and she's 15, he could get put on the registry. If he's 16 and she's 16, he could be put on the registry. If your 16-year-old girlfriend and your 16 sends you nude photos, you could get put on the registry. If your 17-year-old girlfriend sends your 17-year-old nude photos, you could get put on the registry because that's considered child pornography. Which means that after that, they can cut your junk off. This is going to negatively impact men more than it negatively impacts women. Because when an older woman hooks up with a younger man, all the men high five one another. When an older man hooks up with a younger woman, he's a creep. She could be 25 and he could be 50 and he's a creep. She could be 35 and he could be 17 and all the boys are high-fiving each other because they smashed the science teacher. Social expectations are not uniform. Feminism is not uniform. Feminism is not uniform because feminism has fought for equality from an unequality position so hard till the blinders are still on and they're still trying to fight for more control. You've passed equality. That's the double standard we talked about. It's still all wrong. I agree. And that double standard is what I'm telling you is that feminism has pushed beyond equality. And that's why I'm telling you that feminism is not equal. Feminism was fighting for equality back when women did not have equal rights as men. Feminism was back when women, and I actually did a show about this as well. Back in the 1950s, back in the 1860s, when women had no rights, they did what they were told. They had to give any money that they earned to their husbands. They fought for the right to make their own decisions. That back then, you were fighting for equality. In the 1950s, when and a little bit before that, when the women, we actually had the arranged marriages where the women were sold off to other men, where the man wanted the girl, he would go and proposition the father. They would come to an arrangement, and then the woman would get married off to the man. Did you know that's where the wedding comes from? The dowry and all that other stuff, which is the father paying for the wedding, and then the bride and being given off to the man, the whole ceremony, the engagement ring, all this stuff. The man's contribution to the woman's family was now the form of the expensive ass ring, and the father's a contribution to supporting the marriage after the dowry exchange, the betrothed marriage was exchanged. That's the wedding. And today, because family traditions have fallen apart, the husband's paying for the wedding now. The wife doesn't pay for her own wedding. The husband pays for the wedding. If you have an egalitarian relationship, the husband and wife will pay for the wedding, but the man's got to buy the engagement ring and the man is supposed to pay for the wedding. It's not equal. But back in the day, when women were one step away from being property, that's the way it was. When women were fighting for equality, women fought for that equality, and then they got it, and then they kept fighting for more equality. So when like I said earlier on in today's show, when the women fight for the right to be treated equally, they're not fighting for right to not be at the house taking care of the kids and cooking and cleaning, that whatever the feminine expectations are. They fought for more responsibility outside of the house. They fought for to not be restricted and isolated to the household duties. They fought for more responsibility. So when a woman complains about going and working a 9 to 5 and then coming back to the house and still having to cook and clean, I mean, that's what the liberation was for you to have more responsibility. But the responsibility of the man did not change. So you did not fight to say, oh, I want to work and my husband can stay home. You said, no, he's still got to work, but I want to work if I want to. But because I'm working, I don't have to clean the house anymore. No, your responsibilities never changed. You just fought for more. So technically, if feminism was going to be uniform, either feminism would say, I'm going to keep my roles as a housewife and go get a job, and he's going to work, and we're going to share the financial responsibilities because that's us being considered equal, or I'm going to share my responsibilities with him at the house and share my responsibilities with him on the job, and he doesn't have to make $100,000 a year for me to marry this man. Now, I can get this man at $40,000 a year and I'll be satisfied because we only need $50,000 a year to make it. I'll be satisfied if he made $30,000 a year because I'm making $30,000 a year and we only need $50,000 to make it. Women don't say that. Women say, if I'm successful as an $80,000 a year woman, he has to at least make what I make, or he's not worthy. Uniformism would dictate that if women are going to take that responsibility, the same responsibilities that men have, then women would essentially pay for the man and take good care of the man. And then the man could go to the house and do all the household chores. So there's multiple ways of feminism As time goes on, they shift as laws and social norms change, but the laws are not changing. That's what you don't understand. The laws are not changing. The laws are not changing. Women still have affirmative action rights in the workforce. They will get elevated to higher level management positions faster than men because there is a minimum requirement of women that has to be in that position. So all you have to do is show up for work and not ruin your reputation, and you can become a top tier manager because they need a woman in that position. You don't have to be qualified for that position. You just have to be a woman and working for the company, and they need a woman to fill that position. Feminism is not going to say that affirmative action for women no longer is required. But they have abolished affirmative action for blacks. They're no longer saying that black people deserve entitlement just because of the color of their skin to be included in certain areas of business, that they should have a reasonable quantity of equal accessibility, so they should not be given favoritism anymore. But women still are required to get that boost in the workforce. So women have a better chance of being financially successful than men. But with that financial success that women are able to get with less restriction, women are not saying that they should accept men that make less money than them. Men still have to compete with other men and compete with other women to get to the top tier. Women just have to meet the quantity of women that are required to be in that tier. So they're just there and they get promoted. So feminism doesn't change with the times. The laws might adjust a little bit to some that are not specifically exclusive to a specific gender, but the laws are not changing to balance things out anymore. The laws were set when things were not balanced. But because the things are imbalanced towards men, men are not going to walk the streets burning their jock straps, demanding to be treated with respect and appreciation and admiration. But a woman will shame a man if he disagrees with her. A woman will demasculate a man if he is not financially worthy of her. But a woman will never be considered less of a woman if she's homeless, if she's living in her parents' basement, if she's 3 kids and, you know, on welfare and stuff. She's not any less of a woman, because a woman's value to a man is how well she treats that man, how well she cooperates with that man's agenda. A man's value to a woman is how much resources he has to contribute to her and her lifestyle. And it's not just her lifestyle, because women are not realistic. It is her unrealistic expectations of the type of lifestyle that she wants to live, which is why women date up. Because if you just wanted to be happy, you would just date whoever's in your neighborhood. Women don't date whoever's in their neighborhood. They date whoever's got a reasonable, good job with a reasonable, a good quantity of money, and not necessarily responsible with that money, because women want unrealistically for women to impress the men. The women want the men to impress the women from the first day going forward. So if I'm spending $200-300 every time I see you, I'm irresponsible with my money, because I've had several shows in the past week as well as the past month where I told you about how you could have invested that $200 to $300 a night or $200 to $300 a week on stocks and bonds and mutualities, and had you a 10 or 20 year plan where you would have been making millions off of the money that you're wasting on dating. But the expectations are different. I want to make sure that I get all of your expectations in here so that you understand. I don't want to ignore none of them. You say, but there are so many different branches of feminism, which scholars do you associate with your understanding of feminism. Okay, look. when it comes to that particular question, I am not going to cite any specific individual scholar after 8 years of college with microbiology, communication, and health, and computer technology, with all of the philosophy and ethics and stuff that I've had to go through. I've come to understand a broader spectrum of things where social conformity dictates different standards and expectations in different social groups, and the difference between the gender inequalities versus social inequalities versus cultural inequalities are so broadly derived that I'm not going to say that any one specific scholar is either right or wrong, but I am going to say that where feminism started, there was an imbalance. The balance was made anywhere between the 80s and the early 2010s, and it is no longer balanced. The balance has tipped against the male gender because the expectations, the traditional expectations for men, have not changed. But there are no expectations for women, and the women have the right to be in charge and not have responsibility at the same time. And that mentality is being enforced by different branches of feminism. But nowhere in there are feminists saying from any branch of feminism that women need to cut this bullshit out and treat men the exact same way they want to be treated by the man. So if you want a man to take you out on trips and buy you steak dinners, when you first meet this man and you like this man, you think he's cute, you should be buying him steak dinners and taking him out on trips. That's uniformism. But women don't do that. Women put on attractive outfits, attract a man, and the man has to wow her with the steak dinners and the trips. Not too many women can say that they take their man on as many vacations and spend as much money on him as he does spending on her. And likewise, even if a woman did do that, they would both be able to admit that they're in a financially challenging situation that they should not be because they're so wasteful towards one another. And you're saying, oh Lord, not you using DEI higher rhetoric. No, I am not using DEI higher rhetoric. I am just saying specifically, it is the standard is the way it is. So I got my job just because I'm a Black woman. My experience and multiple degrees and strong work ethic isn't the reason. I'm going to hurt your feelings here, and I apologize for it before I answer your question. But yes, depending on the type of job that you have. So there's going to be a minimum expectation for qualifications for education. Yes. There's going to be a minimum expectation for work ethic. Yes. There's going to be on-the-job experience expectation. Yes. But if you are, from the perspective of an employer, equally qualified as the white woman sitting next to you, and the white man sitting next to you, and the Black man sitting next to you, and they don't have enough women to meet their affirmative action requirement, you got hired because of affirmative action. You got promoted because of affirmative action. And that sucks to say, but that's the truth. That does not mean that you're not qualified for the job. That does not mean that you're not smart enough to do the work. That does not mean that you don't deserve to be there. That means that when there is a quota to meet, if we're supposed to have 5 women for every 100 men on the payroll, we've only got 3. We got to hire 2 more. The quota for gender is not exclusive to the quota for race. If we have to have 50 Blacks and 10 women, if we hire 10 Black women, we cover the quota of Blacks and women at the same time. So if they did not have enough Blacks on the payroll, and there was 3 white men, 2 women, and one of those women was white, and they needed a Black person and a woman, they hired you to meet the quota. you'll get promoted over somebody that's been in the company for 10 years because they're meeting the quota. But if I was sitting next to you and I've got 3 degrees on a master's level, 8 years of college, and I was sitting next to you, you would have got hired before me because they needed a black woman. Even though they needed a black, you and I were the last 2 people in the interview phase. All the white people got sent home. You're thinking, wow, we kicked ass. No, they needed a black. And then they needed a woman. So they hired you over me, meeting a quota. That does not mean that I was less qualified than you. I just wasn't what they needed to fill their quota. So you're saying women are not, you asked me, women are not realistic. I'm going to say no, women are not realistic. Cross the board. Women are not realistic. Women are not realistic. Men are jaded by their desires for lust. So men have unrealistic expectations as well, because especially with the unrealistic expectations from those men that watch pornography, they expect these women to be contortionists, and all you're going to do is break your pelvis trying to perform the stuff that you see in them videos. But the expectations of men is towards physical connections. The expectations of women are unrealistic. And I'm going to say the reason why the expectations of women are unrealistic are not just because, you know, women want rich men. I'm just saying that, okay, you want the finished product, but you don't want to invest effort into making the finished product. That's unrealistic. You want a certain lifestyle. This guy treats you right. You're hoping he can provide you with that lifestyle, but you know his income doesn't match that. Women are going to want things. All women, look at a social media profile. Go to any profile. Go to YouTube. Go to TikTok. Go back to TikTok. Go to Instagram. Go to Snapchat. Look at people bio. Women want a generous man. Women want a non-judgmental man, so he can't be jealous. He can't be controlling. There goes those air quotes. He can't be controlling, telling her what to do. And women want to travel, and they want their man to get them all kinds of gifts. And this is in most of, not all of, most of the biographies of women when they define what they're expecting from their man. For this guy to spend money on her without reciprocation requirements and have no expectations for it, because he can't tell her what to do, because if he's telling her what to do, he's controlling. He can't be jealous, so he can't tell her you can't be with him. He has to accept that she's going to go over there and do whatever she's going to do with him and then come back to her man. That's unrealistic. If you want your man to protect and provide for you, then you want your man to be able to make decisions that's in your best interest. Sometimes you're not going to agree with those interests. But if you told your man, because he's going to ask you what your interests are. Most women don't give a shit what a man's interests are. That's also unrealistic. So if 30, 40 years old, a woman says, well, you got to accept me for who I am. I'm going to treat you the way I think men should be treated. And you're going to accept that or not. But I am supposed to know what you want as a man. I am supposed to know what you need as a woman. And a lot of the times women expect men to have this knowledge without ever saying it. Women want men to be mind readers. That's unrealistic. But so that the man doesn't fuck up all the time, hopeless romantic, hinting on the hopeless part, because we're trying and failing. And sometimes it's because we're trying too hard to please you, but you're not putting that effort into trying to please me. The hopeless romantic in the man is trying and failing to meet expectations without even knowing what the expectations are. He's just trying to meet them. And as he realized that he's not doing enough, he's going to do more and more and more and more. And eventually she'll accept him as her boyfriend. And then he's not only going to be able to maintain that level, he has to keep doing more and more and more until she accepts him to be her husband. And then as that husband, he has to maintain, if not do more and more. Because if he does not continue to buy her nice gifts and take her nice places, she's going to start saying he don't love her anymore. Because he's not doing the things that they used to do when they first got together. Because they can't afford that shit no more. It's a $150,000 wedding and a $30,000 ring. That's 5 brand new cars just to make you feel special. And the money is gone. You don't even see that anymore. And the rest of it's on your finger. God forbid you lose it. Notice your engagement ring is several $1,000s. His wedding band, $200. You as a woman are not going to Zales or Jared's or K's and buying a $35,000 wedding band for your husband, but he's buying you a $35,000 engagement ring. The fuck is up with that? That is unrealistic. First of all, it's a waste of money for both of y'all, but it is unrealistic for him to put you on such a high pedestal if y'all are supposed to be equal. If he's getting you a $35,000 engagement ring, why are you not getting him a $35,000 wedding band? Doesn't it make sense that as much money as he's going to spend on you, you should spend on him? Wasn't Jay-Z and Beyonce trading $50 million watches and private islands between one another? I mean, when I tell you that a woman is unrealistic, it's unrealistic because the feminism expectation, the female expectation is that she's entitled to receive. But the unrealistic part is that there's no entitlement to give, to reciprocate, to make the first move and give the amount that you expect to receive from the other person. Women don't carry that mentality with them on a regular basis. There I go generalizing it. But show me a woman that on a regular basis, show me a series of women that are literally putting their men first, paying for everything that the man wants, needs, and desires, doing everything that the man tells them to do and not complain about it. We couldn't even get through 12 comments on tonight's show without 2 of the comments coming from women complaining about how they don't even work, but they're mad that their man ain't doing stuff around the house when all she's got to do is stuff around the house. That's unrealistic. It's selfish. I want to get this because I see you got another question in there. You understand that, but my example earlier said that the woman just had to show up and she got promoted. Yeah, I'm going to touch on that. Yes, you do have to show up and you get promoted because of that expectation for a quota. Think about it. Okay, so women get humanities jobs, helper jobs. Some women get some office jobs like lawyers and bankers and Wall Street traders and stuff to that effect. You very rarely see a woman getting a job at an oil refinery, offshore oil drilling. But there's $150,000+ job there. Well, if you work there for 6 weeks, you'll get promoted because they don't have enough women working in that job. If you just show up for work every day, you get promoted quick because they need women in the manager position. Where ironically, from what I understand, the manager position isn't even on that damn oil rig. Women get less strenuous jobs, and those less strenuous jobs don't always pay as much as the dangerous jobs and the more physically strenuous jobs, which is why men are making 25 cents on the hour more than women based on job choice. And that's not something that women are understanding in that particular back and forth situation. Here you have, you disagree with so much of what I'm saying and wish I had more complex and compassionate view. I am not going to be compassionate of people. I'm just going to tell you before I finish that I am not going to be compassionate. And I just want you to understand that if you ever want to dive into the comment section here, you see it on the YouTube channel. There is always an opportunity to approve the mic, approve the camera, and jump up here live and sit here side by side and have real-time conversation with me. Unless you like have no problem with talking to me from the comment section. But because I accept all views, but I'm not going to be compassionate about it because uniformity is not compassionate. Uniformity does not lean towards morality or ethics from a subjective platform. Uniformity comes from the expectation that what I expect from you, you should be able to expect from me, and I should be able to do for you what I expect from you. And as a leader, I do not ask anybody to do anything for me that I'm not willing to do for them. So likewise, my partner has and will do whatever I ask her to do, because I will do whatever she needs me to do, what I see what she wants, if she hasn't already told it to me, and I go and get it done to the best of my ability. And likewise, I expect my partner to do the same for me, that she sees what I want, and that ultimately means that she will come back to me and do the same things that I want her to do. So the reason why I'm not going to have compassion about it is because when you throw compassion in there, you're making excuses for the imbalance. So I'm not going to have compassion with my explanations. And the reason why I'm not going to have compassion with my explanations is because if you come from a uniform perspective, some things are really fucked up, but it does make sense because it's a balanced equation. For example, on a previous show that I had with one of the other fans, Mr. Pibbs, came onto the show, and we were talking about morals and ethics, and we were talking about the difference between somebody breaking into his house and conquering his house versus how the Pilgrims conquered America versus how the United States, the northern United States, conquered the southern United States. He said that it was wrong for somebody to take over his house because that's his house. He said it was wrong for the Pilgrims to take over the United States from the natives that lived here, but he said it was right for the northern U.S. government to take over the southern U.S. government because of slavery. And I said, no, that's where compassion comes in at. You give a shit about what happened to the South. If it's wrong for one person to take territory from another person, it's wrong for somebody to take your house. It's wrong for the Pilgrims to take the land from the natives, and it's wrong for the North to take the South. That's why compassion is not going to be involved with my explanations, because no matter how complex my scenarios are, uniformly speaking, if it was wrong when one group did it, it should be wrong when everybody does it. The same way when we were talking about how killing should be considered wrong, if killing was considered wrong. If it were considered to be wrong, then killing a fly is wrong. Killing ants is wrong. Killing roaches is wrong, because thou shalt not kill. He went on and emphasized on that particular show that no, it's only when you're killing with malice, intent, and vengeance involved. Well, if you're killing a bug because it's getting on your damn nerves, you're not protecting yourself from danger. You're just killing the bug because you don't like it. That's malice intent, in my understanding of malice intent, that there's ill will towards the other life for existing. You're not killing it for substance. So killing flies and killing roaches and killing spiders killing ants is wrong. So going and buying a bottle of home defense and spraying it all over your house and get rid of all of the bugs is wrong, because that's killing lives that does not need to be killed. They're not negatively impacting your existence. They just get on your damn nerves. Now, doesn't mean I don't kill bugs. I just said that on a universal perspective, if you're going to say that killing is wrong, then you shouldn't kill bugs. But when he turned around and said, oh, well, you're supposed to be able to kill for substance. Okay, well, you turn cows into burgers. What about turning humans into burgers? We had that conversation. Isn't it the same if you're using them as substance? He said no, because if you're turning a human into a burger, there's something unethical about that. Because we have a higher value of human life over the value of animal life. So the morality of the value of life is not going to be linear. It's going to be subjective, which means that it's not a uniform killing is wrong. Killing is subjectively wrong under the society's expectations of what is right or wrong, not the fact that killing is wrong and on an absolute basis. I told him, I said, well, when you start talking about, well, what about a homeless guy? Nobody knows him. He doesn't have any family. Nobody's looking for him. They turn him into a burger. They got the cow. They turn the cow into a burger. He said, nope. The human is still more valuable than the cow, because somebody who's taking care of the homeless guy on the side of the road would miss him. Even if nobody's doing anything for him, somebody would miss seeing the homeless guy on the sidewalk. I couldn't rationalize that, but I'm like, all right, well, what about the difference between a cow and a baby? Because he then said contributions, the life is valued based on an individual's lifespan and contribution. Well, if a cow is 14 years old, cow's been contributing since at least the last 13 years. Baby's 2 years old, hasn't contributed shit. Wouldn't the cow be more valuable than the baby? He said no, because the baby has more potential value in the future than the cow's current value. Still subjective. So you can't say, even in that scenario, uniformly that the cow's life is valued more than a child's life, because the cow's life has contributed to the crops. The cow has contributed to the crops. The cow has contributed milk to its society. The cow, once it dies, is going to be contributed as food substance to its society. But the baby has not contributed shit until later. So there's no compassion in there, because if you're going to say that, uniformly speaking, that if you're taking a life for substance, then a homeless guy burger is the same as a cow burger, is the same as baby back ribs from a baby's ribs, because if it's used as substance. But if you're going to say, well, taking the life of a child is immoral because it's a child, compassion says that taking the life of a child is immoral, that taking the life of a human is immoral. Compassion is going to be subjective. So now I have to have an exception to expectation. But the problem that I'm having is that there isn't a uniform exception where you can say, well, from gender inequalities, that if we have compassion towards men, that feminine women and feminist women will say, you know what? Yeah, we should show more compassion and treat the men better. It's like, no, bro, take a salt tablet, toughen up, be a man, take that shit. But the same shit that the men are expected to take, women are not going to say, oh, I should take that because I'm expecting him to take that treatment. You were saying, but I get what you're saying, and glad you've engaged in this convo with me. I need to go to bed soon, so I can show up at my job and do nothing, apparently. Well, if you're showing up at your job and you ain't doing nothing, then you got a damn good job, because you're getting paid for your presence, not for your effort. You asked me what my name is. Let me go ahead and show you right here. I keep my name on my podcast on a regular basis. I am Xander, with this and that and everything in between. We are here live 7 nights a week, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, and 5 Pacific. So if you decide to sign off, you make sure that you subscribe. You'll see our show. We typically try to start up on time. We're replacing the modem, so sometimes I'm a little bit late. The modem is scheduled to be here between tomorrow and Tuesday, and then after that, we should have no excuses as to why we're not rocking the show from the moment that we're supposed to air the show. But on our YouTube page, we have about 30 days worth of episodes rolled out for the next 30 days, so you can see what's coming up next. I encourage you to jump in on all of them, because any of them that you have a difference in opinion on, you're more than welcome to jump in and voice your opinion. But any of them that you just don't have time for, that's fine with me. I encourage you to come every day of the week, because I don't just talk about the main topic of the show. I segue off into other different topics. I definitely strawman into other different topics, but I do bring it back to the main topic of the show. And I'm interested in talking about this, that, and everything in between. So we always talk about everything other than the sun. And Red Void can tell you that I talk about, I give advice to you guys. I'm not biased about my opinions to the magnitude where I can't give you guys positive advice about the situation that you're in, and whether it be business, finance, or romantic relationships. But I definitely am not going to be compassionate about the. And another reason why I'm not going to be compassionate about it is because if you're fucking up, you're fucking up, and there's no nice way to say that you're fucking up. I can spare your feelings, and I can tell you that you're not fucking up, that it's him. But if it's you, then it's you, because I come from first person accountability. I must hold myself accountable for the shit that I did wrong. So every bad relationship that I've ever been in, I can't blame it on every other person, because the one common thing that was involved in each one of the relationships that I was in is me. Likewise, same thing with women. Women can't say that all men are shit because they had several bad relationships. It's not just all men are shit. It's just the men that she dated are shit. And she needs to rethink her decision-making process on choosing men. And then she also needs to consider her involvement with the negative fallbacks of her relationship and how things went south in her relationships. Because if she made choices that she wasn't supposed to make, or she failed to take actions that she was supposed to take in her relationship, that contributed to her relationship failing. not just the other person fucked up the relationship. When you blame the whole failure of your relationship on somebody else, you're in denial that you fucked up. And then you're going to get into another relationship and that one's going to fail. And you're going to end up in another relationship and that one's going to fail. First one's a one-off. 3-4 bad relationships in your life, it's not a one-off. There's a common denominator in there where you're not paying attention to the shit that you did wrong. So I'm not going to tell a man, oh, she ain't shit, you should drop her because she ain't shit. No, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you, focus on your priorities. You want to focus on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior. You're going to prioritize her non-negotiable expectations for behavior, but you only going to prioritize that if she is going to prioritize your non-negotiable expectations for her. Now, if you're going to prioritize her wants, needs, and desires, but she's not going to prioritize your wants, needs, and desires, why am I going to be compassionate about the fact that she doesn't give a shit about how he feels? I'm not. I'm going to tell him, bro, if you're valuing her and she's not showing you the same equal value, you got to get rid of her and go find a woman that will value you. It's already fundamentally told. Women tell other women down the line, you don't need a man. He has to benefit you financially. He can't pay your bills. He ain't shit. Women tell other women that you can do it all by yourself. Women do not tell other women that in order for you to have a long-standing relationship, you have to be a partner to your partner, which means that you have to prioritize them. It's not about you anymore. It's about the other person. Men tell men that you're not worthy of being a man until you can afford to take care of a woman. So don't even date her if you can't afford to pay for her. Men tell men that you have to take good care of her. You have to prioritize her. So you have to go find out what she wants and needs to make sure that she does what she wants and needs. This toxic, narcissistic mentality of happy wife, happy life came from men and women alike, having the mentality that if the man prioritizes the happiness of the woman, that she won't make him miserable. But nowhere in the mentality of happy wife, happy life does a woman say that she's going to make him happy because he made her happy. No, if she's happy, she's not making me miserable. But if she's not happy, she's going to make sure that I'm not happy too. No relationship falls apart because the woman was the only one unhappy in the relationship. 100% of the women that left because they weren't satisfied. 100% of the men that left because they weren't satisfied. But 100% of the breakups were because both sides were unhappy, not because just the women were unhappy. But the men would primarily be unhappy because of how they were being treated by the woman, because they have no other expectation of the woman. The women are unhappy because of how they're treated, the lack of provisions, the lack of financial status, the lack of extra shit that she wants, the unrealistic stuff that she's expecting from the man. There's a lot of reasons why a woman would leave a man, but a man is two reasons that a man's going to leave a woman: because he doesn't like the way she's treating him, and because he cheated on with somebody else. That's it. Men will take abusive women. Women kick men because they're happy. They punch men. They smack men. They slap them. Then when they get emotional, they punch them in the chest. When they get angry, they slap them in the face. They're throwing stuff at them. If you insult them or embarrass them, they throw stuff at you. And they don't care what they throw. They'll hit you in the back of the head with something. You're supposed to rub your head and shake it off. You're not supposed to take that same item and go back and smack her with it. If you make a joke and you embarrass her, she can pick up the nearest thing, cell phone, throw it, hit you in the back of the head. That's okay, because she's a woman. She's emotional. Women can abuse men. Men aren't going to leave. Be a man. Men are taught not to show emotion. So a woman can cry on a man's shoulder and beat on his chest and slap him and punch him. And a man is supposed to sit there and hold back the tears and not punch her in the face. But a man can't get emotional and slap her. That's abusive. He's going to jail for that. Ike Turner, Chris Brown, he's going to jail for that. Fact of the matter is, while it's not universal, while there are double standards, I talk about those double standards to a wide magnitude. And then not only do I talk about those double standards on a wide magnitude, I also talk about it from an uncompassionate position. And the reason why I'm going to talk about it from an uncompassionate position is because morality is subjective. So I'm not going to use compassion, and I'm not going to use morality, because women are not going to use compassion. Women are not going to use morality. You're going to say that's sad. I'm going to say that's not sad. I'm going to say that's realistic. I'm going to say that is uniform, because when you take out subjective morality and you take out subjective compassionism, where it is only favoring one side or another, and you're coming from a straightforward, balanced position, that's when you're going to get results. I appreciate you, Lollipop, from coming in. Let's see. We do have a few more comments and discussions that we're going to be going through today. I want to get through all of them. Rev Boy, we're going overtime tonight. I know I normally stop like an hour after, but this is what happens when we get fans that come to the show and jump in with their concepts and opinions. Actually, now that I think about it, I think Lollipop was one of those people that I was having conversations with a month or so ago when we were talking about the how the women mistreat the men. And it was on our Raleigh theory conversation when we were talking about how the men need to stand on those non-negotiable expectations for behavior. They need to not be putting up with women that are going to come in and use the man for what he's got instead of investing in the man and getting something out of him. Because either way it goes, you're getting something out of the man. But if you invest in the man, you're entitled to what you're getting from the man, as opposed to just hovering around the man and not getting anything from the man. But what can I say? She had to get off so that she could go to work, and for her presence, hey, high five. If you're getting $80,000 a year because you showed up because they needed a female on a payroll, Miss Ma'am, you did good. Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for being black. So when you start talking about how you're going to work just because you're a woman because of the comment that I said, I just want you to understand real quick that Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for being black. He did not make drastic change in the country. He got a Nobel Peace Prize for being black and president. So still a double standard. Do I think that he deserved to get a Nobel Peace Prize because he got elected? No. Do I believe that if he would have made drastic change in this society where black people would be able to have a lot more stuff going on in their communities, where they were more financially stable, they were able to build more generational wealth, he got rid of the poverty class, regardless of what their race was? If it was just middle and upper class where everybody was making $100,000 a year and inflation was destroyed, where there was a cap on spending expenses, where you just know that if you make a certain quantity of money, you're now above living wage. If he would have did that, then I could have said, yeah, he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. But he got it because he was the first black president. That's racist in and of itself. I was not okay. When he got it, I was like, congratulations, you got it. But I was insulted that he got it, because you shouldn't give it to him just because he's black. The Nobel Peace Prize is supposed to be a change and I mean that's why they gave it to him, is because he's the first recognized black president, not the first black president in history, because the first black president in history was, can't remember his name. He was in office for about 30 days, I think it was. And it's because genetically speaking, if you're 1/32 of black, you're black. So he looked white, but he wasn't white. He was genetically black. And the first black president happened, I think it was like the 30th president, if I remember correctly. But there was another before him, but he was the first dark melanin, dark-skinned, elected by the voters, black president in our history. And because of that, they gave him a Nobel Peace Prize. So that technically changed the normal, but you got to also understand that we didn't have black people running for president every year either. So you can't say, oh, well, it was because the country was racist up until he got voted in, because black people didn't run for president. Most people don't participate in politics outside of talking about it under the water cooler. But truth be told, like we're supposed to change our judicial branches every 2 years. So we're supposed to have new Congress members, new electoral voters every 2 years. We're supposed to have new middle branch people, like jury duty. How many times you get elected for jury duty in your lifetime? You know that with the 500 plus positions in Congress that are supposed to be volunteered by the U.S. people and maintained for 2 years, with the 355 million people in the United States, everybody should have been involved in politics at least one time. You should be able to participate in politics and jury duty one time in your life. Everybody in the United States, no matter their financial status, based on the way the Constitution was originally written. But because only about 750 people really give a shit about that, only that 750 people are in politics. The other 350 something million people that don't really give a shit about politics either way, just talk about how politics are fucked up. We talk about how the country is not the way we would like it to be, but we don't put any effort into it. Some of us don't even vote. But that's the reason why I said I didn't agree with his position with getting the Nobel Prize because, I mean, all you did was just get the popular vote. And you got the popular vote because you were black, not because of your policies. It is what it is. I know some people right now that are voting for Republican because of some of the changes that they're going to be making. But unless you are running a C corporation or an LLC of some kind, and you're using all of those business tax write-offs to offset the kind of money that you're making, if you're a W-2 employee, Republican is not what you want to vote. If you're part of the LGBTQ community, Republican is not what you're supposed to be trying to vote, because they're attacking you guys directly. If you like porn, if you got an OnlyFans account, you're not supposed to be voting for that because they're attacking you guys, your interests. If the political party is attacking your personal interests, if you're a student, you're using student loans to get your master's degree or your PhD, they're attacking your interests by taking those situations out. If that's what they're doing, you need to cut that out. You need to take that out of your position and say, no, I don't want that. But they're going to vote because they're Republican. They're going to vote because they like Donald Trump. They're going to vote because the man got shot at twice and didn't get killed. But that does not mean that the policies that he's going to put in place once he gets into office is beneficial for you. It just means that you got to adapt to the new country that's about to start. They already started it because the tax change, they already started putting it out. If you got TurboTax, you got a notification in your mail last month that they're making anti-inflation. They go to those air quotes, anti-inflation laws that are going to be put in place for the 2024 fiscal year. So when you're doing taxes in 2025, you're going to see those new tax brackets, 15% and 30%. So you're going to see it. So change is going to happen whether you want it to or not. So should Obama have gotten a Nobel Peace Prize just because he was black? The same way this lady is saying that, she's going to go work on her job because I believe that she got hired just because she was black. More than 50% of the reason why you got hired was because you were black, not because you had a degree. Because what you did for college has shit to do with whether or not you could do the job. It is what it is. This country sucks. And when you take compassion out of the discussion, that's when the harshness of the reality of this world starts coming into play. So that's why I take out compassion. That's why I take morality out of my logic. That's why I take ethics out of my logic. Why? Because when you make a absolute uniform decision about the scenario, that's when you can rate ethics and morality in that scenario after the fact and come to a unified basis that, you know what, it's fucked up because it's fucked up. It's wrong because it's wrong. It's right because it's right. It should always be considered that way, but it's subjectively not. Now, why it's not doesn't matter. The fact that it's subjectively not is the problem. And then it's our choice as to whether or not we're going to put a stop to the imbalance. Now, we do have a few more comments I want to get through before I run the show out today. So let's go ahead and get to the rest of them. Hold on a second. We might hear a few of them that we already heard before.
Like he did some dumb shit due to him being drunk, like following a BPD, and it's making this worse.
All right. So the next one.
My ex blocked me on all platforms when I was trying to work through things with her. I've sent a letter and left voicemails. No response. I'm struggling to get through each day. I realize I might reach her via email. Should I try or am I done?
I answered that one earlier. I ended up going back over the list.
Can a person who has cheated in the past be trusted not to cheat again in the future, even if their current partner has forgiven them?
No, I had touched on this one before, but I'm going to say one more time. If there was a level of trust in a relationship, once the trust is broken, the relationship is dead. You can try to rekindle that trust, but the truth of the matter is that once the trust is broken, the trust can never be rebuilt. You're always going to have an error of doubt. You're always going to have an error of what if. You're always going to have a level of condemnation and subjectiveness towards that person. And truth of the matter is you're never going to see him in the same light. Even if you stay with him out of loyalty or dedication, you're not going to treat them the same way. And if they ever show signs that they are potentially being deceitful again, you're going to immediately accuse them of cheating a second or third time because you have caught them or they have admitted to cheating in the past, which means that more often than not, you're going to condemn your partner inappropriately for cheating on you because they have cheated on you before, and you're not going to let it go. So truthfully, if you're the one being cheated on, if you are capable of forgiving that person and not holding it over their head for the rest of their life, then the relationship is rekindleable. But if you are the one doing the cheating, you cannot expect the other person to just let that shit go.
How does it feel to stay in your marriage while you are in love with somebody else? Does the fact that you are keeping your family together make up for the loss of the person you are in love with? Can a man love his wife and mistress equally?
No. So, first of all, when you have an emotional attachment, you can have an emotional attachment with more than one person, but you cannot have the same love for two different people at the same time. You can have a lower level of love, like family love, for more than one person, the way you love your brother and your sister and your mom and your dad, but you love your girlfriend or your boyfriend, you'll love your husband or your wife more than you love your siblings. So you cannot say that, oh, I can love my wife as much as I love my mistress. You either love your wife and you love your mistress more, or you love your mistress and you love your wife more. More often than not, men will have a wife and a mistress because the wife will do things that the mistress, the wife will have the longevity, but the mistress will do things that the wife will not do. Because women say, "Take me as I am," not what UFC. What about you? Want to throw down on some UFC? You want to talk about UFC? You want to have a conversation about the most recent fight, Brad? Since you jumped in and you just threw up a question about UFC. I mean, we got a talk show. We talking about this, that, and everything in between. You can talk about some UFC if you want to. Nah, like on Xbox the game. I love Xbox the game. I am a big fan. I believe that Xbox is better than PlayStation. My counterpart believes that PlayStation is better than Xbox because PlayStation has more exclusive games than Xbox, but PlayStation has a lot more hardware problems than Xbox, but he does not have that going for him. You want to play UFC 5. Oh, so you're throwing out an open challenge. I actually don't have the opportunity to play UFC 5 right at this moment because I was hosting a live podcast where we were having open forum discussions about a lot of different topics while we were over here entertaining those people that are looking at the UFC live, the UFC 5. So you jumped on because you wanted me to play UFC 5 with you? I mean, I've had a few people that wanted me to play Super Mario 64 and what was it, Crash Out or Call Out. There's a lot of gamers that are on here. I actually used to be a very big gamer. One of the issues and one of the reasons why I'm not able to do it this week is because as I was talking to Red Void on Twitch was that my modem needed to be replaced a couple of weeks ago, and they have not sent me the replacement modem. So I've got the modem right here, not even plugged up to the computer, and I'm actually streaming off of my cell phone. So as much as I would love to play the game with you right now, I actually have the 273 kilobytes per second of internet service coming from my cell phone streaming this podcast, which is not the magnitude of bandwidth that's required to stream an Xbox or a PlayStation. You're going to need some pretty high speed service there. And I actually don't have it at this point. So with all due respect, as much as I want to get in there and throw down on the game with you, I just don't have the equipment to do it this week. But hopefully we should get everything up and going pretty soon. And once we get everything up and going pretty soon, we should be able to do some stuff like that, because I was encouraging Mr. Pibbs about us getting on here and having some game nights where we're playing with a lot of our gamers, because we understand that the next generation is mostly gamers. Started in my generation, in those 80s babies that were playing regular Nintendo and Nintendo 64. And now even as adults, even as middle-aged adults, we are in those situations where we are still playing games even as adults, even in our 30s and 40s, still playing video games because we grew up with it. And I understand that the next generation is going to be doing the same thing. It's going to be up there playing video games with their kids and their grandkids. So the next generation is going to be doing a whole lot more. But no, unfortunately, I do not have that accessibility to play the game right now. But I appreciate the invite, though. Appreciate the invite. So back to our discussion about the ability to love the wife as much as you love the mistress. No, you can get more than one wife. For those of you that want to have more than one wife, you can get more than one wife, and you will have love for each one of those women. They're going to be different levels of love. There is ideally the opportunity to have a favorite, whether it's the first one or the last one. There is a opportunity to have a favorite wife if you have more than one wives, for those cultures that have more than one wives, and also the opportunity to have a specific one that you spend more time with, because that person does more dedicated to you. But one of the things that makes more sense to the women that allow multi-wife marriages is that the man has the resources to take care of all the women. So while she is getting the benefits of being the wife, she only has to spend 1/3 or 1/5 of the time with the husband, because it's only one man. He only got so many hours out of the day. And if you got 7 women, you're only going to be with, if you give each woman one day, you're only going to be with that woman one day out of the week. So she only got to deal with you 4 times a month, sometimes 5 when that day happens 5 times in a month. But if she's getting wife treatment for 30 days out of the month, and she only got to deal with your bullshit 4 to 5 days out of that month, she's got like 25 other days to do whatever the fuck she wants. So if she wants to entertain you, she can. But if she doesn't have to, because somebody else's day. I don't know why women don't do that. Don't sign up for the conceptual idea of providing the man. Then you know who his other partners are, because you're you're in a relationship where you're keeping track of his sex partners. That would make more sense to me. Let's dabble with the rest of these comments here.
How would you handle an accusation of cheating against your spouse or partner? What factors would influence your response?
That's a good question. Well, first, I'm going to be offended. So, because you accuse me of cheating and I'm not. If I was a cheater and you accuse me of cheating, you caught me. But if I'm not cheating and you accuse me of cheating, then I'm offended because I'm not cheating. What men typically try to do is they try to explain themselves, where they were, what they were doing, who they were with. Some men even fold and show their call log, their GPS location, and all this other stuff. They got their girlfriend tracking their phone and everything like that to try to prove that they're not cheating, which is insecurity on both sides. But the fact is that if there's trust, you don't need to really know where the fuck I'm going and what I'm doing if I'm supposed to be protecting you. Now, we talked about this on a show before. You know, if the president of the United States got to answer to 5 or 7 different men before he can leave the house and go somewhere, there's a team of men that he reports to on a regular basis, which is why Donald Trump was out on probation with a conviction, and there was no reason for them not to know where the fuck he was going, because he's got the CIA follow him all over the place. He's got 5 or 10 men around him all day long. And recently, since he's been shot at twice in less than 6 months, less than 90 days, he's been shot at twice. The fact is that he more so now has to answer to these men when the men tell him that he can't leave the house, when they tell him that he can't go certain places, or when they tell him that he can't stay where he's at. This is the president of the United States, one of the most powerful men in the country. He does what he's told by other men, but women do not like being told what to do by their man. And the fact is that if you elect this man to protect you, and you elect this man to make good decisions for you, then you're supposed to do what you're told. You're supposed to do what you're told to cater to him. You're supposed to do what you're told to be protected by him. Now, when women are accusing a man of cheating, that's her insecurities, which typically could stem from past cheating. that is now running over in her current relationship, which also means that her insecurities are now negatively impacting her current relationship, which also means that you, mending her broken wounds, have got to prove to her that men can be trusted. You're barking up a failed tree, but you know, some men try. As men, when we have women that cheat on us, we're not searching through women's phones because men have to be more secure. Women don't allow that. You know, the men just have to blindly trust the woman because, you know, if they don't, then there's something wrong with the man's manhood. But, you know, women's insecurity, they call it protecting their interest by searching through the man's entire history. And I disagree with that. If you're not going to be a partner where you're answering the phone because the phone's ringing and you're closer to the phone, you're going to take this business call, you're going to close the deal, you're going to represent his business since that's his business phone. If you're not doing that, don't answer the phone. If a text message comes in and he tells you that you can go ahead and text that person back, text it appropriately. You know, don't disrespect him. Don't be asking unnecessary questions. Don't be going through his phone. Don't be searching for problems, because if you're searching for problems, you're going to find problems. Some women actually accuse a man of cheating today because they go through a man's phone and find out that he talked to another woman 5-6 years before he met her, the same way he's talking to her. Well, if this is traditionally how this man has learned how to show affections, he's showing his affections the way he shows his affections. Now you're jealous at a woman that he no longer talks to because he used the same dialogue with her that he uses with you. Well, if that's how he genuinely felt back then and he's using the same dialogue with you, then he genuinely feels the same way about you now, which means that if he was important to her or if she was important to him back then, then you're important to him now. So get off your stupid horse and stop causing problems in your relationship by setting up grenades that will destroy your relationship. That's just really how we would look at that particular type of scenario. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
Why is it that when cheaters get caught cheating, it's always a lie about what happened? They never come 100% clean? To anyone who has cheated, do you blame your partner or ex for your choice?
See, now she got a good question. So people who cheat sometimes cheat because of lust for the situation that they're in, but some people cheat because of their lack of reciprocation in their relationship. So sometimes the reason why somebody is cheating is because of the emotional abandonment from their girlfriend or their partner. But other times people actually just cheat for the sake of cheating because they were not for the sake of cheating, but because they had a sexual connection with someone else. So like we talked about this a few months ago, a girl had broke up with her boyfriend, slept with another man, and then started dating the guy that she liked while she was with the first man. So instead of her leaving her last boyfriend for the next boyfriend, she had to sleep with the guy first before she got with the next man that she was attracted to while she was with the last boyfriend. Sometimes people act on lust before they act on logic. Likewise, men who are trying to reproduce, they do have sexual attractions, and it doesn't necessarily have to be blamed on reproduction, but a man having more sexual partners gives a man more opportunities to bear more seeds and extend his lineage. That is a primal instinct. Now, a man's primal instinct is not going to be the same as a woman's emotional attachments, but a man's primal instincts to go out there and bear more children is going to lead to a man being attracted by other women to go have sex with other women. Now, that does not make it right for the sense of monogamy, but at the same time, when a woman who says that a man should only have sex with just her is then going to dictate terms as to when he's allowed to have sex with her, she's not saying you can only have sex with me and I'm going to have sex with you whenever you want to, no matter how I'm feeling and what's going on with me. Then the man turns around and says, well, I'm not going to have sex with you when you're going through that time of the month. I'm going to decide not to have sex with you because you look tired. I'm going to decide not to have sex with you because you're drunk. I'm not going to have sex with you because, you know, the stomach hurts and all this stuff. Oh, you don't feel good. I'm choosing not to. You're not saying that. As a woman, you're saying you have to approve if he has sex with you, but then you're also going to say that if you disapprove, he has to show monk status self-control to wait a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year out of your 10-year marriage to have sex with you because you just stopped feeling like it for a while. But he's a bastard if he cheats on you with somebody else. That makes no sense. If you're going to make him exclusive to you, his sexual desires are now your exclusive responsibility. So when you ask, do you blame your ex for cheating? Well, women get emotional attention from other people when their man is absent because he's working all the time and he's not paying attention to her the way she wants him to pay attention to her. You're going to blame him for that. You're not going to be strong and, wait for him to come home and get as much attention as you can get from him before he fall asleep. But if you're going to cut him off sexually and you're responsible for his sexual needs because he's exclusive to you when you're not catering to his sexual needs, is it your fault that he's sleeping with somebody else? Or is it his fault because he's not waiting until you feel like it? Let me ask you another question. You work for an employer that requires you to show up for work exclusively to them. No competition clause. You're not supposed to be able to work with the competitor and get paid money from the competitor when you don't get paid from your primary job, right? Your primary job decides that they're not going to pay you this month because it's not in their budget. You did the work. They're just not going to pay you this month. Are you going to continue to come to work and diligently wait to get money from this job, or are you going to find you another job? Now, if your answer is find you another job, likewise, your partner is not going to provide you with the emotional and physical needs that you have. You're going to cheat on your partner and get those emotional and physical needs satisfied by somebody else. Now, if you understand that, do you blame the other person for the cheating? Do you blame yourself for being cheated on? Does anyone who gets cheated on ever blame themselves for their contribution in them being cheated on? Or do they exclusively blame the other person for deciding to cheat? That's a really interesting concept. Because I understand that cheaters are cheaters, and I mean, nobody has respect for cheaters, but at the same time, if you emotionally deprived your partner and sexually deprived your partner, and then your partner cheated on you, was that your fault? Or should your partner have taken that behavior and stayed dedicated to you? Make it make sense. Now, we got a couple more I want to run through real quick.
How do you cope with the feeling that your ex doesn't miss you at all and is unaffected after he broke up with you?
How do you cope with the feeling that your ex doesn't want you at all and they're not emotionally attached to you? Is that the question that you're asking? Well, first of all, if you don't give a shit, let me stop because I'm gonna put a pin. No compassion. I told you I wasn't gonna bring any. Let me go back and say that one more time. You guys broke up. If you don't give a shit about fixing yourself before you call yourself trying to get back with this other person, then you shouldn't really give a shit about how they feel. If you did what you did, you're satisfied with the outcome, or you're not satisfied with the outcome, but you have no intention of changing, it does not matter how they feel, because I mean, didn't matter how they felt while you were with them, because if you would have changed to satisfy them, you would have probably been more successful in your relationship than refusing to change and expecting them to accept you as you are. Likewise, if your partner left you because of something that they claimed that you did, where you refused to change for them, then you refuse to do what needed to be done to maintain your relationship. So why do you give a shit now how they feel about you after the relationship is over? Because if you weren't willing to contribute to the success of your relationship while you were in your relationship, why does your ex matter to you now? How do you cope with it? Stop thinking about them. Yeah, you miss them. Yeah, you love them. But you didn't love them enough to do what it took to fix your relationship. You didn't love them enough to do what it took to fix your relationship and stay in that relationship. So if they told you that they had a problem, especially if the man left the woman, because men are clear, women are cryptic. If he told you what was wrong and you weren't willing to dive in and fix the problem by doing the things that he needed done, or stop doing the things that he expected you to stop doing, and you just continue on in a fashion that he told you was unacceptable and he got tired of that shit and he left, that's on you. Now, he has his contributions as to the fact that he didn't do what needed to be done to satisfy you, but you have your contributions as to what you didn't do to satisfy him. So it is his responsibility, and liability is also on you. So when we're looking at all of this, do you just blame your ex for the reason why your ex is not there anymore? And then if your ex has moved on because your ex doesn't want to live with the toxicity that is you, how do you cope with yourself? Because people, you guys can sacrifice your own success by making bad choices in your relationships, as well as in life, as well as in business, as well as towards achieving your own agenda. So if you can make sacrifices in your own success, think about this. Why is it? Are you not willing to self-reflect and improve and make changes based on the failures? Because a failure in a relationship is still a failure, and you need to improve from that, all the way down to making better choices. So if your type leads to a bad relationship, you need to go find somebody that's not your type, because apparently your type is a bad fit for you. The type of person that you're attracted to is a bad fit for you. So you need to find somebody that is not your type, because not your type might be a better fit for you. Let's move on to the next one.
I'm giving up on dating. Has anyone else given up on dating? I'm so exhausted. Emotionally and mentally, I don't have the capacity for this anymore. I'm a 27-year-old female, and I'm truly done with dating, especially online dating. The amount of times I've been ghosted, love-bombed, or met overly sexual men that wanted nothing but sex from me has completely turned me off from dating. It's happened so much that I can almost predict people's behaviors now. I went on a date with a guy yesterday and had a great time and thought we hit off, and he ghosted me. No idea why. It seemed like we were having a good time and he was enjoying himself. He actually messaged me and told me he wasn't feeling our vibe and didn't feel a romantic connection. I'm shocked he did this. The last guy I dated completely ghosted me. I'm so over it. I can't do this anymore. I'm at my breaking point, and I feel like dating is truly deteriorating my mental health. I've already been having family issues lately too, so for this to happen just feels awful. I just want to focus on myself and do what makes me happy. Having good friends is enough for me right now. When love is meant to find me, it will. As for now, I'm done with dating. Anyone else?
Okay, so first of all, you got chaos in your family, and if he came around your family, you said you had him over at the family dinner and bullshit was popping off at your family dinner, he ain't want to be a part of that bullshit. So he said, nope. She might be a good girl, but she got too much shit going on in her family, and she's a family-oriented girl, and I do not want to have to protect nobody from nobody else's blows. So you got to understand that the full totality of your life negatively impacts your dating life. So you cannot say that him in and of himself is the problem. And then again, we talked about this a couple of hours ago in the show, where women overly sexualize themselves. So when you're dressing with those skimpy outfits, you're wearing short skirts and short shorts and tights that are showing imprints and showing all of your private parts through your clothes. You are attracting overly sexualized attention, which is going to give you overly sexualized stimulation from men. They are going to see you and desire sex, and then you are going to be looking for more than that. You need to change the way you dress if you want men to be attracted to you for something other than your body. You need to stop flaunting your body and your style of attire. You cannot say that you don't want men to want you sexually if you're dressing sexy. You should be able to dress conservative. You should be able to dress smart. You should be able to dress, what is smart? Like turtlenecks and khaki pants that go below your knees kind of thing. What is dress smart? But whatever it is that you're not supposed to be dressing exactly like the girls that you see in a nightclub. You're not supposed to be dressing like the girls that stand on the corner overnight. You're not supposed to be dressing like the girls that walk behind a guy in a three-piece suit with the cane that's slapping the girls in the face. You're not supposed to be dressing like somebody that would freely give sex to the nearest man in the closest bathroom. So If you're dressing scantily clad dress where you are overly sexualizing yourself, and that is drawing on to negative attention where you are attractive, not for long, because at 27, you're at the top end of the dating curve. So men are going to start losing interest in you. So as much as you say you don't want to date men anymore, well, 27 years old, they're going to be saying the same thing about you. And the truth is that you're not going to be able to maintain the type of relationship that you want because you are attracting the wrong attention with your clothes. So if you change the way you dress, you'll get a better quality of attention. And that better quality of attention might have a man that wants you for your intellect, your personality. He might still think that you're cute, but he might not think that you're porn star cute, thinking, oh, I could sleep with her. If you dress with the type of attire where a man looks at you across the room and say, oh, yeah, I can see myself fucking her in the back of the car in the parking lot, he's going to go over there and then he's going to try to set something up where he can have sex with you. But if he looks at you and he says, oh, she's cute, I could see myself marrying a girl like that, or, oh, she's cute, I could see myself dating a girl like that for a long period of time. He's not really thinking about sex when he's looking at you. He's just thinking about being in your presence for an extended period of time. Excuse me. That type of mentality and attraction would allow him to come over and get to know who you are to see if your personality will last the longevity of his expectations. The other thing that you've got going on there is your attitude. So you say, well, the guys get with you, you guys hit it off, he's having a good time, blase squaze, but then all of a sudden something happens and he changes. He's not feeling your vibe. He's catering to you. He's not having a good time. He's just still there trying to see what all he's got to invest in you. You're not catering to him. He's recognizing that you will accept from him whatever it is that he's got to offer, but you're not willing to reciprocate and you're not willing to offer. He's going to then decide she's not what I want, and then he's going to walk away. No matter how good the sex is, if you're not willing to contribute to your man, your men are going to recognize that and say, well, she might be worth having sex with, but she's not girlfriend material, and then not take you in as girlfriend material. If you're not willing to cater to your man, you're not willing to find out the likes and dislikes that he has, meets his needs and expectations, you're not going to find a man that's going to want to do more than have sex with you. You could be 50 years old and still look like you're 22. They'll have sex with you, but if you're not willing to change your attitude and change your behavior and start prioritizing your partner, they're not going to select you, because a man is looking for a partner which cooperates with him. And that partner needs to know what they need to cooperate with, which means you need to follow instructions. And if that's not in your repertoire, you're not girlfriend material, because you're not willing to cooperate. You're willing to dictate terms. And if he doesn't meet your terms, then you'll walk away. But if he has to meet your terms for you to stay, and you're not willing to meet his terms, he has to accept you as you are, that double standard men are putting a stop to. That's why I said stand on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior. So with that being said, let's see. I think I got one more. I got one more up here.
The guy I'm talking to won't kiss me unless I take doxycycline? Okay, I need everyone's opinion because I just thought this was so bizarre. I've been talking to this guy I met in Canada. He told me that even if I test negative for STDs, he wants me to still take the antibiotic doxycycline because he doesn't trust tests. He said he'd rather be safe than sorry, and then he told me that he doesn't want to kiss me either until I take it because kissing transmits bacteria. He said he doesn't trust the last partner I was with since that guy cheated on me. I got tested 4 times out. Is he not secure that my test results were negative?
Look, it's better to be safe than sorry. And if he's telling you that you need to go, if your partner got tested and your partner got an STD and you don't have an STD, doesn't mean too much of nothing, because there's a thing called a false positive and a false negative. So, I mean, he's being safe. Your partner cheated on you. He got an STD. You might have an STD. He might have got the STD from cheating on you and not actually slept with you after the fact. But the fact that you got cheated on by somebody that got an STD does not mean that you don't have an STD. And if I'm the new guy coming into your life, I don't know if you got an STD, because while he could have got the STD from cheating on somebody else, he could have got the STD from you and then gave it to somebody else. And since I don't know, it's better for him as the new boyfriend to keep you taking that STD medication so that his likelihood of getting an STD from you is less. What you should be thinking, since he's very conscious and very aware of what's going on, what you should be thinking is this guy is less likely to cheat on you because he is very concerned about STDs. So if he is going to be exclusively having sex with you, he's going to be expecting you to exclusively have sex with him, which means he's less likely to start having sex with other women because he's more concerned about contracting an STD from another woman. So if you put in the effort into your relationship, you're more than likely to be more successful in your relationship, which means that your partner is going to be a longer lasting partner. You and him will be happy, but you've got to be able to cooperate. So as I just finished telling y'all with a long-winded explanation, is that you've got to meet the non-negotiable expectations for behavior from your man in order for you to keep that man. So if that's the man that you want, and he wants you to take that STD medication before y'all have sex, then you make sure that you go buy as much medication as you buy condoms, and take the medication every time you want to have sex with him. Take the medication every time you want to express physical connection. If you want to kiss him, go take the medication. Just do it, because it's better to be safe than sorry. If he's taking it already and you start taking it too, he's not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything. And you guys will have a healthier relationship, physically healthier relationship. But if you're going to put your foot down and talk about, oh, I shouldn't have to do that, I'm clean, you're not going to be able to explain why he got an STD if you're his only sexual partner. I'm sorry doesn't fix a lot of stuff. I'm sorry helps with like breaking things, but it doesn't replace it. I'm sorry helps with stolen stuff, but it doesn't return it. I'm sorry helps with I hurt your feelings, but it doesn't make you feel better. So I'm sorry does not help with you just gave this man an STD. So you can't say that, oh, I should just be allowed to not have to have this responsibility to take this medication and just be trusted that even though I affiliated with people that may have STDs, that I don't have an STD. That's not okay. If the shoe was on the other foot and he told you that his ex had AIDS or HIV, you wouldn't even want to sleep with him. Who gives a shit about medication? If he told you that his last sexual partner had one of them life-ending STDs, you wouldn't even want to associate with him. And if you guys were dating for an extended period of time, and then and especially if you guys had sex before that, and you find out after the fact that he was affiliated with somebody who had a very detrimental sexually transmitted disease, and then he's been having unprotected or reasonably unprotected sex with you, knowing that his partner had such a catastrophic disease, you would feel violated. So, uniformly speaking, if the man is telling you to be safe for yourself, take better care of yourself, take the STD medication to make sure that you don't have it, and then take the STD medication so that you don't give it to him, and take the goddamn medication. Or go find you a boyfriend that doesn't care if you got an STD or not. Because they got men who don't care if you got an STD. They'll catch the STD from you and take penicillin for 14 days and go back and do it some more. So it's up to you. That is the last question that I've got in the reel for this week. I told y'all I was going to have a better week this week than what we had last week, but I really thank Lollipop for coming in and giving us a little bit of insight, because she has definitely put some insight in that is good with collaborative efforts towards a podcast on a show. I'm going to go ahead and sign out of TikTok first. And ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking y'all to make it make sense. So ladies, make it make sense. And for the rest of you guys that are still following us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, I really appreciate you guys coming to the show and showing us appreciation. You guys definitely make us what we are. And we definitely really appreciate you guys for showing us that love and support. Actually, we had quite a few people. We had quite a few people that came in and showed us what What are they talking about? They got some private accounts over here. We had quite a few people come in and show us some love today. So today actually had a pretty interesting turnout. I wasn't expecting that. Better than before. So we're going to look at hopefully trying to expand on that. Certain topics like these definitely trigger some females, feminists usually. We very rarely have guys come in and try to protect the cause. Oh, and now when we were supposed to have 50 comments, they didn't give it to us. TikTok ain't shit. I just ran this podcast and they're like, oh, if you get 50 comments on your next podcast, we'll give you a reward. Bro, this chick was just talking to me for 3 hours. There had to have been about 20, 30, if not 50 comments that come through there. You didn't register that? I'm like, never mind. I ain't worried about it. It'll be all right. I'll put it on my bucket list of things that I'm not going to do. Either way, stay tuned. We got some stuff going on for the rest of the month. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the difference between Halloween back when we was growing up, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, versus the way Halloween is supposed to be here in 2024. So much stuff has changed since terrorism came about, and then so much more stuff has changed since COVID came about. So we're going to be talking about the difference between the way we used to go door to door trick or treat without our parents to the way we have to have structuralized trick or treat parties where the kids are exclusively getting candy from reputable sources, as opposed to randomly going door to door and getting a bunch of candy from the neighbors. So we're going to talk about that. They got a few other things that we're going to be talking about for the rest of this week. So I want you guys to stay tuned. We've got some business and finance style topics coming up this week, because I do believe on Tuesday or Wednesday, we're supposed to be talking about the impact of tax liens and tax deeds versus other investment industries. And we're also supposed to be talking about I think Wednesday might actually be the top 10 buyers markets in our sellers market area, where there's a few cities and states across the country that are currently buyers markets, where the buyers markets are starting to increase as interest rates go down. And we're going to be doing a little bit of real estate communication on that day, because it is a very fast market that you can make a lot of profits off and write off a whole bunch of debt. So I encourage you to look into it. I do it. So I don't just look into it, I do it. I should be doing some segments as I'm doing it, so that you guys can kind of see what's going on with that and have money making money for me. But that would be like a home shopping network kind of situation, where I'll take pictures of some houses that I'm looking into, houses I invested in, houses that I got revenue from, whether I got revenue from tax liens or tax deeds, or if I flipped the house and got extra money from it or something like that. I'll have to start doing that down the line. When I do investment strategies, I'll be able to show you what investment strategies have made reasonable quantity of money versus based off of that investment strategy, and then show you what was done from the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, so that you can take a look at how that stuff works and potentially try to give it a shot yourself, as well as some other ways that we can go about making ourselves better as men, because we just really gotta find other ways to improve our position. And we're not going to improve our position just by sitting here doing absolutely nothing. So I just wanted to make sure that we covered as many bases as we possibly could tonight. And I think I did a good job of covering just about everything that we wanted to talk about on it's supposed to be Sunday's members only show. And boy, we ran through a lot. So thank our guest Lollipop for coming in and giving us a lot of Q&A on the show. It's always good to have a like-minded not even a like-minded person, but just somebody who's willing to put their opinions on the table with no concern for objectivity. And I really enjoy being able to communicate with people, especially if they don't agree with me. We can hash it out. I can make it make sense, my concepts and perspectives, and we can always come to a consensus, even if we don't agree what we don't agree with and why we don't agree with it. and without actually having to make it seem like one another is moronic for having different views. We can actually have different views and still have an open forum, open-minded discussion. So definitely want to give props out for Lollipop for coming in and putting some conceptual views up there. And any of our other debates that we have, more than welcome to dive in, because, you know, we got some that actually do follow us for the sake of the debates, and some that actually follow us for the sake of, you know, getting some advice or insight and improvements on worldviews. So, you know, whatever you're here for, you know, you come here for one thing and stay for it all, because we're involving ourselves in this, that, and everything in between, which is kind of conceptually the reason why the show is named the way it's named. So I'm your host, Xander. I really appreciate you guys coming to the podcast, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. And oh, real quick, she said on her way out the door, she said, thanks so much, Xander, and have a good night and good luck at everything. It's not luck. It's going to be skills, and it's going to be skills that are going to be honed and developed over time. So if I am successful with what I do, it's not because I got lucky. I am going to be successful at what I do because I was dedicated and driven and invested as much effort as I possibly could into it until I made it to a level of success. So I really appreciate your wish for luck, but it is not a natural born talent, but it will be a developed and honed skill to maintain this podcast amongst all the other things that I'm going to be working on. So I really appreciate you guys for coming to the podcast, and I will see you guys tomorrow night. And Red Void, it's always good to have you hanging out, because you're out there in Romania. I'm like 4-5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like your morning talk show host. You sitting there sipping on your coffee and listening to me go off about all these other topics. And you pick up a lot of stuff along the way, but it's like, hey, you got a lot of stuff going on before you get in the car and go to the talk show. I mean, go to work, and then you're able to sit there and talk to your guys at the job. Like, hey, man, I talked to Xander, and he was. So I definitely appreciate you coming to the podcast. Every time I see you in here, I'm like, yeah. And we're actually getting more views from Romania, as a matter of fact. So appreciate you for that. But just wanted to touch base with you on my way out the door. I'll see you tomorrow night. Either way, thank you for coming.